Right, and we are live right now as we speak. We are living. We are liveness.
Are you sure?
Hello, everyone. My name is Stokero Jim. Welcome to the stream. How are you today? Huh? How you guys?
Why do you always sound like you're at gunpoint when you do your intro?
But that's the point. That's the point.
Yes.
Like, do you need some water? Is your
No,
throat
I
okay?
have water. My throat is fine, thank you.
You need a lozenge.
He needs a Xanax.
It's just so great drinkling this bubbly water. Drinkling, I said drinkling. Just a little drinkle, just a little sippy sip.
The word of
Every
the day.
time I drinkle, I always, go
Yes,
with bubbly water.
little drinkle, little
It
drinkle.
sounds
What?
mildly dirty.
Thank you.
I can see a tab on your screen that says deck list. Is that supposed to be there?
What? How?
It's purple and it says deck list.
I don't see it.
Oh,
It's not on stream. Or at least I don't see it on stream.
is
Stream
my
Decker.
no Stream Decker's for when I stream Magic. It shows my deck list for Magic.
Oh, it still has visible tick. I must be able to see it because I'm a mod.
Yes. You shouldn't be able to see it on stream right now.
Okay, cool.
Or so I have been told. Oh, excuse me.
Lorna.
I need to change my icon.
Good greetings, Milorna. How are you? How are you today? Welcome to the stream, everyone. Good lord, there's already 6 of you in here. We're 2 minutes in. Shit. Okay.
Hey everyone, hi.
So I wanna say this on stream because I told you guys, but I want to say it on stream. Look forward for big things, big things next session. In 2 weeks, man. As you guys know, I'm a perfectionist, and I want to make the stream as good and as powerful as I can for you guys. I have big things. I have big things planned. Big things planned for stream. And I hope that you all enjoy them.
I'm confused. What is the size of the things?
Big.
Okay.
Read into that however you want
Yes,
to.
read into that.
Really
However,
run
is he
with it.
starting an OnlyFans? Is he? What is he doing? I don't know. The answer is yes. So, how's everyone? How's everyone doing?
I am groggy and still waking up. Let's do this.
Yeah.
I am breathing, which is
Oh, thank God, I'm not the only one who's slightly sleep deprived.
Eugene no, me. Not Eugene, me. The man behind the Eugene. The man in the ginger mask.
I feel
Pay
like
no
a
attention
Eugene.
to the man behind the Eugene.
No. Like a Eugene OnlyFans would be like that meme of the guy on Pornhub who's like, I talked to my girlfriend about her day. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing.
Eugene's OnlyFans would be doing community service tasks.
I polish my armor and talk about the good things that I did today.
This OnlyFans is for fans of civil duty.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's how to clean your armor. Here's how to help an old lady across the street.
Here's my uncle kicking my butt at weapon practice, but I think I'm getting up on him.
Eugene, put the camera away. But Uncle Sam, I just want to... Eugene, put the camera away. Oh, come on, man.
Oh.
Here's how you be a good person. You just...
So baby.
You try really hard. And sometimes you are, sometimes you aren't. But that's okay, because we're not going to be good 100% of the time.
I lift him up to the sky.
I don't like to be lifted. It makes me feel
Like
small and unimportant.
Simba.
Walks through fog OnlyFans.
Put him in my
with
pocket
them
and keep him safe.
chasing
There you
people
go.
down and eating them.
Oh my gosh. What horror movie is that a
They
thing of?
have an uncomfortable amount of followers. All of them have the prey predator kinks.
Oh, no.
Disgusting. Thank you, Jask, for that.
Do
Disgusting.
we need to take
Inversely?
a moment and
Can
just
I? Huh.
What's up, Riley?
What? Sorry, my brain just melted a little.
No, it's okay.
I was gonna say something, but then my brain went right back to the fog thing, and I got scared. So my brain just shut down.
So I
You tried
want
to move
to.
on, but it was too traumatizing.
I want to
It's
offer-
okay. Instead, it just dissolved into uncomfortable silence, and I think
Yeah.
that's also fine.
Yeah.
I think that's also an improvement. But I will try to one up it in that I think actually it should just be exclusively fog bath time videos, like a little like pet channel.
It takes the whole
Fog
party to watch
bathwater.
fog.
It's got the like jingle music, you know what I'm talking about? Like it borders elevator music.
It's like one of those dodo videos.
Are you guys familiar with the "Does the pug have bones today" thing?
Yeah, I have that in my classroom. We've taken bets on it at this point. So
There's a person on TikTok who has a very, very, very old pug. And he'll like lift the pug out of his bed and help him to his feet and see if the pug just flops back over onto the bed.
Oh,
Or
It's
actually
relatable.
or just stands on his own. And so like a no bones pug day is like just kind of relax, do what you want. Do whatever, blow off work, don't talk to your friends. Just kind of be in the moment. And then a bones pug day is like, it's time to get shit done, motherfucker.
I love this. I get the pug.
Yeah.
his name is the pug's name is Noodle, which is also
Me
amazing.
too.
Yeah.
Same.
Oh
I
my
am
god.
also a pug named Noodle. What are the odds?
What are the chances? All right, let's get into fucking Heckna. Jess,
Oh,
I want you to make me sad.
We'll see.
Cool.
That's another video, Jim. That's not this.
Welcome back to Heckna. It's gonna get real sad.
I'll give you guys Pinkie back and then immediately kill them.
Oh please. I think that'd be funny actually.
Me too, Drino.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut your fucking hole. Just shut it.
Okay, right. I have to go back to being depressed. Hold on. Huh.
You have to go back to it? Good for you.
you
Promise.
have to try.
Adrenaline that was uncalled for.
Pinky promise? Oh, I hate you. I hate you. Okay.
No, I don't have the stream open. I'm out of the loop.
I'm gonna have to when I actually read ahead, see what happens with Pinkie. And
Oh.
depending on what happens, Heckna might use them as a prop.
Oh, that's really
Oh.
good.
This
Be
is
Why
like,
am I
Pinkie
picturing-
promise,
horrible.
and make you shake on Pinkie's corpse.
No,
Oh,
that's
no.
that's the name of the episode. That's the name of the episode now. You've done it.
No!
Yeah.
Stop it! It's been enough. It's enough.
It's
pain.
been.
No.
Long work since you looked at me.
Thank you.
Okay. I know.
I need to look
I'm
through
old.
the.
Digimon movie.
Where's
Yeah.
the?
Just to be sure, May still has the comprehend language up, right?
Yes, it runs for about an hour.
Okay.
And I think that we ended like literally right after I turned it on.
Yeah.
And I honestly, very much in line with who May is as a person. I 100% forgot that I chose that spell. So I like to imagine that May was like, "Oh yeah, I think I learned that somewhere."
Oh yeah, maybe. We'll see if it works.
Yeah.
Delightful. Tiny bit of housekeeping. It does not tell you where the fun house puts you out until the second chapter. I had just assumed that because it describes you going down the tongue slide, that it puts you outside, because if you look at the Heckna map, there is the big fun house with the tongue slide leading outside. Joke's on me, I should not have assumed. It puts you inside a different building.
Oh,
Wee!
Oh.
Wait,
So I will be
yeah,
describing
where
you
are
guys going into that building, and then we'll be picking up from there.
All right.
Wonderful.
You tumble down the slide with Stefano, out of the laboratory, onto the second floor of the Flophouse Casino, and the passage behind you closes. On your exit from the slide, a candelabron, which think big golem made out of candle wax, draws a thick black velvet curtain aside to let you pass. Once you do pass, the curtain is closed and it looks very inconspicuous. Like you wouldn't have guessed that curtain could have opened, in fact. And you feel a great weight on your head as loud, brassy music pumps out from speakers in the shape of Heckna's grinning face. The huge room is crowded with revelers of all types clustered in groups around roulette and card tables. An artificial gloom hangs over the room, and the walls are covered in wallpaper, all displaying capering Hecknas and scenes from the Revelia. The air reeks of heavy, sour perfume. Nearby, two gnomes argue loudly by a card table. One with green hair holds a fist to the other, whose hair is blue, and issues a warning. You better go find me some tickets and get back here. Don't me crooks! To the people that understand the language, that is him saying, don't cross me. Stefano leaves to explore, to let you explore the casino at your leisure. They let you know that they are going to go find your bird friend and let them know about some of the things that have gone down. Yes, you are now in this casino. What are you going to do?
Splendor's looking around, kind of glassy-eyed. Like, normally she's very happy-pappy, especially with all the antics she's had with Mayworth recently, but after what they just saw in there, she is just very stiff, quiet. Like, too quiet, and sticking with everybody.
Especially after everything that's gone through, the energy of the Flophouse Casino seems just uncomfortable. And there's something just kind of like sticking into your collective brains. Like something is off about this place.
What's the music like specifically? Is there like
It is brassy, and that's all I remember from the description.
So
It's just brassy music.
I've been
valid.
imagining Hell by Squirrel Nut Zipper. If you guys have heard that song. If not, you should look it up. I can't play it on stream, but
right?
if you should look it up because it's what I'm imagining. It's a fantastic song.
I think after a minute, just sort of glancing through the party's face, with her mask, right? She's used to a lot of this.
Mm-hmm.
Everything sucks. She kind of wants to turn back around like a feral little animal and try to get back in there, everything be damned. But she does have a purpose here, right? So I think after a minute, does anybody look like they're even vaguely into this?
Not at all.
No. I think if anything, May is like looking for a drink to avoid the large emotions that just happened.
Right. So I think her hands are shaking and she's gonna do a hop, skip, and a little jump, to the time of the music. She's gonna just grab Mayworth's hands. It's uncomfortably tight. And she's gonna go, Fitzy name more everybody, let's have fun, yeah? Oh my gosh, what's fun around here? And she's gonna do a little comical head on her hand on her hips. Would I know of anything of interest, like games or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, it is a whole casino.
Right.
Um,
Also, for you, that is Dance to Die.
Oh,
Mayworth?
yes.
Wonderful.
Um,
Come on, Caddy, sit down.
You can hear a familiar voice outside talking to somebody. Although through all the brassy music, all you're getting is that little like sense of familiarity of like, I know that voice, I just can't place it. I can't hear any of the words.
Right. I think probably we'll go find them a game that's maybe a bit closer to that voice because we're curious about it.
Yeah.
And just sort of do like a little jazz hand to gesture to the game.
So Eugene's gonna follow Calamity, but at the same time, he's gonna be like, "Oh, Calamity, not that I don't think, not that I don't think that stuff would be fun right now, but we should probably go home and rest, don't you think? A lot of stuff has happened, and I feel like,
Like what?
well, stuff that you would need to rest from, okay?"
Calamity, are you alright? You're hurting my hands.
Oh! Tell Mavens Telly not to do gently. The performance better end soon. Well, I mean, if you guys really want to go home, I guess we can come back later, but who knows when later I'll be.
Well, yeah, we can always, we're here for, a minute, right? We should be fine.
Splendour is still present and keeping up with everybody. She's watching back and forth between Calamity, Eugene, and May as everybody talks, but she's not saying anything herself.
Yeah, you'll be here for a while, sure.
So, maybe you could show us the way back to the hostile hostel?
The hostel.
Yes.
Hostel.
Yes.
Is there anyone like paying attention to our little group?
I mean, you guys are a bit of an obvious group, but most people in Revelia are. And most of them are too focused on winning and or losing their tickets.
I will see. Eventually she'll... Oh, sorry.
No, that's it.
You're good.
Eventually she'll sort of, pantomime being like, oh, drat, and she'll start leading them out, but as I'm doing that, I just want to very casually, as I'm passing somebody at a table, I want to use one of my things of Supreme Heckler to just outright lie to them about what somebody else has on their cards.
Okay.
Just so that they lose. I'm willing to blast one of my uses of Supreme Heckler for that.
Yeah,
I think it's funny.
Mark off a use of Supreme Heckler, and not too long after you pass by them, you hear loud arguing.
We should probably go.
Maybe we get some tea, maybe some chamomile, or some lavender.
what?
Motherfucker with a goddamn truck outside. Hold on. God shit.
Eugene!
Fucking
How dare
rednecks.
you!
2 trucks.
Shut your mouth, babe.
Interruption is brought to you by the truck outside Dokuro Jim's house.
The yee fucking truck. Don't ever buy a yee truck.
Eugene, what is a truck?
What is a yee truck?
Don't ever buy a yee truck, everyone.
Real quick aside, just because I find it very funny, I was doing some Adventures League at one point, and the DM was describing Thieves' Cant, and somebody was like, "What's Thieves' Cant?" And he was like, "Oh, it's a rogue's language made up of common words that strung together sound like nonsense, but mean something in a rogue's language." And he's like, oh, "Okay, what would it sound like?" So the DM's like getting into detail what the Thieves' Cant sounds like, and at one point he says tractor, and the barbarian slams his fists on the table and yells, "What's a tractor?" And then blew our cover that we were listening in on them. We killed them. While we were killing them, the way he initiated his rage was grabbing the guy who said tractor, lifting him into the air, and screaming into his face, "What's a tractor? Tell me!"
Oh my god!
No.
What
I have a similar
problem?
And then from that point on, anytime the barbarian was initiating a fight, he would be like, "Tell me what a tractor is!" And then when they didn't, he would then rage.
No.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah. Sorry, Dora,
I have
we went off on a quick aside.
I have a
Or is that me? Yeah.
Sorry.
I have a similar story where
I
we're
had to
playing.
shut my windows for the truck noise.
You have to what the windows?
I had to shut the windows.
Whoever is telling the
Okay.
story.
Yeah. I have a similar thing happen where I'm playing Curse of Strahd, and we're in the town, and before we like right at the beginning of the campaign, and there's a bunch of zombies attacking a building, and in the middle of everything, our DM was like, somehow Amex came up, and so my character was like, "What's Amex?" and had the DM waste like 20 minutes explaining like economics to my character. And in return, I was talking about college, and so the DM, because I was a bard and went to a bard school,
Yeah.
and the DM's character asked me what college was, and so an extra 20 minutes was spent explaining what higher education was, as zombies were slowly destroying the exterior of the house.
You just
That's
There was an
casually
important conversation that needed to happen right then and there, okay?
right. Just casually reach out, trip a zombie, continue your conversation about what electives are.
That's very much what happened. In the middle of the conversation, I like took my crossbow and killed a zombie. It was fine.
That's awesome. Sorry for the aside, everyone. Getting back to the game, though.
What's a truck, Eugene?
Some really loud mount of magical means.
Okay.
I mean, you all are about to find out.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Oh Lord.
Okay, that doesn't make much sense, but hey, nothing really does ever. Calamity,
Yeah.
you want some tea? Again, I think it's a good idea. Maybe, like, you seem weirder than usual.
Welcome to the Revelia. You'll get used to it. You're all just babies here.
I'm not a baby. Shut up. And May like pouts and walks away a little bit.
Splendor glances to the side to watch May, like she's trying to see if she's going to go very far.
Yeah,
Were
does
you
May
guys-
seem legitimately upset by that?
May was a little bit upset by that.
Were you guys talking and walking on your way out, or have you stopped?
Yes.
To
I'd say we're
Stopping
talking.
and talking and walking.
talk? Okay.
Yeah, that's
Because
what I
I don't
assumed
want to
too.
be caught by these people.
Okay. Your conversation is interrupted as you leave the door, and it takes a moment for your eyes to adjust to the sights. The strange weight you felt in the casino becomes almost unbearable as more of the Revelio rushes into you. Calamity, you can ignore pretty much this entire section, by the way.
Okay.
Everywhere are new smells, sounds, and sights you could only vaguely perceive earlier. You can feel the Revelia solidifying around you at a dizzying speed. Vehicles of varying shapes and sizes and colors whiz about, laden with revelers who laugh wildly while narrowly avoiding each other. And I mean wheeled electronic vehicles. These things are cars. Looming tall is a big top tent, brighter than ever, and distant sounds of cheers and whistles emanate from it. The moonlight gleams over a huge blood-red anatomical heart, a Ferris wheel, a merry-go-round, and more in the distance. Farther out, the colorful lights of the Jamboree twinkle and glow, the Jamboree being where you guys were coming from. Where you guys have been the vast majority of this whole thing.
Does anyone?
No, it's okay. Your senses haven't been expanded by Heckna accidentally forcing you into this medium. And in doing so, you have been forced to take in more of the Revelia all at once instead of introduced slowly over time. Because of that, all of you are going to gain 1 level of exhaustion.
Woof.
Oh
Yep.
no. That's not good.
It's just disadvantage on ability checks. We'll be fine.
Great. Oh, does anyone see the weird, crazy monsters?
Yeah,
Not
Splendor.
even for
like-
Amelia.
Splendor reels and just stops in her tracks, and she's whipping her head around to see all this stuff.
I think May has slowly, reached and tucked Fettuccine into a pocket somewhere to protect him, and
Aw.
has her hand on the handle of her dagger, just in case.
Yeah, Eugene sort of wheels for a second, and he just looks over at who's ever closest to him, and he's like, "Look, guys, we should just go. We can talk about this later."
You hear that familiar voice go, "Oh, hey! Fancy seeing you here."
Hey!
And looking over, you can see Scooter Van Snooter. If you guys remember, Scooter Van Snooter was the person you saved from the box in the hostile hostel.
I
Oh,
did not realize that's what his last name was.
Yep.
Scooter! How are you?
Good. I mean, I wasn't sure that, the rest of your little group would make it this far. Tip.
Oh, you know how I try to get the best rubes used to this place, huh?
I mean, I've seen your previous rubes.
She does a very dramatic hand to heart. I think for those that are in the know about the Calamity thing, if they are looking at Calamity's eyes, she does not seem to know exactly what they are referencing. If that makes any sense. I can't believe you've done this to me.
Well, I mean, Calamity. And then he just kind of gives a little wave and goes, "Are you making your way to the spectacle at the Ula Lane?"
Well, do we want to, guys?
Eugene just sort of shakes his
think
head.
it's-
I would like to go home, please.
We also have another mission we still haven't finished.
Oh,
Yeah, and that.
See, they're getting used to this place already.
oh, and did you see the news? And he points up at the Hecknatron. And instead of the normal cycling through different scenes and giving commercials for different things, the screen is static. There's now spotlights aiming up at it, trying to bring attention to it, and you can see two impish creatures on either side doing the game show girl thing where they're doing the gentle presentation of the sign, but they're in just a constant loop of doing that. And here's the image.
Calamity's wings twitch aggressively.
It says, "Have you seen this stick? The hunt is on." And you see an image of the weapon Pinkie was using. Beneath it, it says, "Turn the stick to Heckna for 5,000 red tickets."
Oh, wow.
Scooter then continues. On top of the ticket reward, he'll also make whoever finds it the Master of Ceremonies, the new Master of Ceremonies.
Away!
Do we really, I know that listen, I am all for a game, mostly, but is this the right time?
No,
I
no,
mean,
it is
it's
not.
always the right
It's
time.
not. It's not. It's not the right time right now. No, listen, we need to go home. Look, I'm Eugene. I am small, and I need to go bed. I need to go to
I'm
bed.
May. I'm May.
I'm
Hi,
not gonna lie.
Eugene.
Y'all look, well, worse than I did after spending a week in that box.
Yeah, listen, Scooter, thanks for the information. I appreciate you, but small Eugene need go bed, okay? All right?
Okay, small Eugene.
Thank you. All right, so let's go.
They're just so cute when they're new.
He nods and... Fox, I thought you were going to say something?
Oh, I was gonna say before we go, Fog is gonna gently nuzzle Calamity's arm and gently actually hold it in his mouth And if you look at him, he's
Oh.
actually having like more or less a small panic attack due to all the new sensations.
Oh.
So the orbs in his eyes are actually flared bigger than you've ever seen them, and the hair that's now mostly shortened in most areas is just heckled and raised.
Poor baby. Oh no.
Splendor is huffing a little bit, like she's recovered from the initial shock, but she's still just very robotic.
Oh, well, I'll catch you later, yeah?
Yeah, I'm excited. You all rest. I'm gonna find that stick. He's not trying to hide it. The only reason he wants you to rest is so there's less competition for finding the stick.
Yeah,
I kind
well,
of want that stick.
I hope you do, Scooter. I hope you do.
And with that, he waddles off.
Is there anything I would know that the Master of Ceremonies is able... Because that's usually just Heckna, right?
No. The Master
No.
of Ceremonies actually has been an empty slot ever since something happened. You've gotten conflicting answers a little bit about that,
Right.
but you do know that at one point there was a Master of Ceremonies, and he betrayed Heckna, and
Well, who would do that?
and his punishment was something insane and extravagant.
Wings twitch, 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 twitch. You guys are sure you want to go back?
Yes. Yeah.
Calamity looks like she hates her job. And she will very begrudgingly lead people back. Slowly but surely. She's probably at this point finally realized Fog is doing something with her hand, so she just sort of wiggles it.
Well, I hope you would notice your arm is in his mouth.
That's fine.
That's fine. You're good.
Just wiggles it a little bit to recognize what's happening. She gives a nod. But she will very, very begrudgingly lead the rubes
Okay.
the best of her
and
ability out.
to the hotel room.
Okay.
The hostel.
Yeah,
As you're going to make your way from the Dismadium into the Jamboree, let's have May, go ahead and roll me a d20.
Sure. Oh, okay. Dice rolling. Just want to make sure I was on the right one. There we are.
That's a big old 12.
Big old 12. A grown 12, not a baby 12.
Yes, thank you, Lindsay. I
What,
appreciate
what's the difference?
You don't want to know.
Size of the dice.
One's in uppercase.
Huh.
Okay, I'll
The
roll.
joke there is that numbers can't be in uppercase.
What about cursive?
God, you don't understand. One of my favorite things is saying a joke, everybody laughing, and then explaining the joke anyways. It's just so funny to me.
You're
I want
welcome.
to make sure they know.
Yeah. Anyways, as you're walking, you can overhear a conversation of these people walking kind of behind you. They're definitely not following you. It's just you guys happen to be going in the same direction for a little bit, and they eventually split off. But you can see that they are covered in wax. You can see that they are shaken by this, by whatever experience they've been through recently. And you can see that they're like, they've dug at the wax in some spots. There's clear marks on their skin where they've clawed the wax off and got a little bit too rigorous with it and like actually dug their nails into their skin a little bit. They are clutching each other's hands as they walk. But when they first kind of end up behind you, they were in a dead sprint before they like tried to like just kind of start walking normally as if they're just part of the crowd. And you hear one whisper to the other, "Can't believe we got out of there, but she'll be looking for us. We gotta keep moving."
It's become some kind of kink club around here. That's like the second time.
Splendor, for the first time, like kind of snaps at it. She shakes her head, like she looks at May with, "What?"
Well, they're in wax. Like
She looks over her shoulder pointedly at the other people.
I was just about to ask if you're attempting to hide this conversation, but yeah, they notice they're being stared at, and they like you can see the fear immediately hit their face. But they don't.
hey, what's the name of the club you were just at?
Oh my god.
Mayworth, master of subtlety.
So the fear.
You can't tell me how to process trauma.
I don't think they were in a club.
The fear almost immediately leaves by that question. And they go, "We weren't in a club. It's we're not going to talk about it." And they try to like divert their path to break off from you guys.
I won't kink shame you, I promise. Oh, they're gone.
Calamity,
Yeah.
you know that Sophie is definitely the one who did that to them.
Mm-hmm. That's who is also
Yes.
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I think we're just gonna watch the direction they walk off in as subtly as we can.
So they're running away from us, right? Are they looking back at us at all?
They've broken away from your group. They're not running away. They've split off down in the alleyway essentially. And like they do glance back once or twice, but it's mostly just to make sure that they aren't being followed now.
Mm-hmm.
Splendor continues to watch them until they're out of sight. Though she's still got that kind of distantly puzzled look on her face. Like she's just now coming back to Earth after, everything that's happened and trying to process this information that's just been thrown at her by Mayworth.
Gil is also watching them and very clearly contemplating following them, but he's kind of conflicted, I guess.
I mean, if it looks like Gilbert wants to, honestly. Oh, no, but they want to be... Oh. No, our priority is to keep our rubes alive. Because y'all are gonna try and save them. Yada, yada, yada.
Oh no,
need-
who us?
I need a quick deck save from everyone.
Okay.
Come on.
That's a big Jask. I'm using one of my heroic moments on this, so I get plus 10.
Okay.
It's just a straight dexterity.
It's dexterity save.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, they're the same for me. Never mind.
I rolled a 12, so 22.
Jesus.
18.
The
I can
DC
totally do
is
math.
a 15.
I just
Wow.
made 15.
Anybody who got below 15, you hear a loud honking noise and a bunch of yelling before you get crashed into by one of the clown cars that zip around the Revelia now.
Oh, yikes.
Did any of us get below a 15?
Yeah.
Oh no.
As it crashes into your group, I think only, one or two people got hit?
Mm-hmm.
And the car comes to a dead stop. There's a pair of clowns within the car that then immediately get out. Hey, you done stopped our car!
Splendor is going to immediately, square up to them. Like, Yeah, well, your car ran into them. It's trying to figure out what a car is, but that's something to explore later.
Gil is just like pointing like an angry soccer mom who just got her car hit. Like, look what you did, but pointing at the party.
Do we take damage or anything like that, if you don't mind me
Oh,
asking?
yeah, sorry. I rolled the damage and didn't fucking tell you it. It is 8
That's really
bludgeoning
funny.
damage.
Okay, thank you.
Wow.
May starts immediately attacking the car.
Her wings look a little bent out of shape. Not any, well, no, just slightly bit more than usual. They're always a little bit bent uncomfortably. No. Hey! I mean,
May's kicking the tire real hard.
I'm definitely going to need initiative.
yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Gil was about to just approach them, like, give me your insurance information. Well, that's not great.
Implying that Gil is aware of insurance. I love it.
Like, why are you driving this weird metal carriage if you can't drive it? Where are your horses? 12, 13. Okay, I got 13. Where are we putting this? Are we putting initiative in the dice roller?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
Okay.
That's wonderful initiative for me. It's a
That-
big old 4.
that makes sense.
Yeah,
She
I
would
am
be.
attacking the car.
She would be the last to notice.
That's very true.
Everybody's just fighting in the background, and all of a sudden she turns around from the tire.
Gil's at 13. Fog is at 21.
Here you go.
Ah, you're so fast.
Thank you.
I've been doing this for a while, man.
I always like to have a copy of this so I know when I'm up next. And my brain is mush.
It's okay. We're all just collectively sharing one brain cell today.
Yes, it's just bouncing.
Okay, well, Calamity, you get to start us off. And just so everybody is aware, just because initiative starts doesn't mean that you can talk your way out of the combat.
Splendor, initiative is 1d20 plus your dexterity. Just your dexterity.
Oh, I added the wrong thing then. Oh well.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'll go with it. It's fine.
Okay, so it is my turn then. Shit.
Yep.
And these guys are still real tired, huh? And they're being babies about things.
Yep.
Ugh.
We need a nap. We're cranky.
May again, May is not a baby.
Although I do want to point out that our DM literally just said that we could talk our way out of it. Even, well, there's a chance, but just
Yes.
because initiative doesn't mean conversation is,
It was a question that recently came up to me during a previous session. Somebody sends it to me in PMs, and I was like, no, you can definitely... Or during a previous session during a one-shot. I was like, no, just because initiative starts doesn't mean that talking is off the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I really like that.
unfortunately, that's not what we're doing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
I think it's safe to assume everybody's a little stressed.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Gil is in a slightly stabby mood.
He seems like he's always in a slightly stabby mood. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to
Don't call
say.
him-
I mean, he may not talk much, but you don't have to talk to stab.
Yeah, Gil is just a silent, angry observer, just squinting in disapproval to everything.
Calamity?
Yeah.
He got pulled out of a pocket and
Yeah.
he's still not happy about it.
Okay. What are you doing, Calamity?
So I think the strings sort of lift, right? As it does whenever she does some sort of spell nonsense, as people have maybe noticed. And we're gonna use Crown of Madness on one of the
Oh
Jawbreakers.
no.
Okay.
That's gonna be a Wisdom save.
Starting off with a bang, huh?
A wisdom save, you got it.
Mm-hmm.
Does a 13 pass?
God, unfortunately, I believe it does. Would you allow me? Because I really want this to go through, because I had a really cool visual.
Sorry.
But I was going to say, I have an inspiration.
Yes, I will allow you.
Would you allow me to? Yeah.
I'll allow you to use inspiration to do this. Yes.
I don't know if.
I'll reroll.
Okay.
A 10 doesn't save.
Yay. And a translucent mask is going to take over their face.
Delightful.
I imagine it probably looks like her gymnast one. I think that would make the most sense narratively.
Yeah.
And they're gonna attack their friend.
Okay. Does that happen immediately, or is it on their next turn? I think it's on their next turn.
Yeah. Sure. I don't know. It does not say in the little brief description here. I can look it up if you'd like.
If your choice, you can see if in range will succeed wisdom saving throw. Well, target's charmed this way. Yes, it must use this action before moving on each of its turns to make a melee attack against a creature other than itself that you mentally choose. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And then Calamity's gonna clap her hands. The string's still sort of floating and her movement's kind of uncomfortably jagged. Alrighty, where were we, everybody? This way! After me, so go on.
Oh wait, that's me. Holy hell.
I meant
here,
after
guys.
me. You couldn't see it, but she was sort of gesturing to, like, walk away.
Yeah. Well, Fog, it is your turn. What are you going to do?
I'm gonna do a fancy dancy new thing that I've never done before in D&D since starting.
What is it?
I'm gonna cast a spell.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
And
I'm
the
excited for
spell
this.
is Fog Cloud.
Does he shake and a bunch of dust comes out?
No, I'm gonna make it a little cooler than that.
It's just a
Had a
cloud made
bath.
of minuscule
It's fine.
fogs.
What was that, Jasket?
It's just a cloud made of minuscule fogs, like microscopic, so small you can't quite see that it's fog.
That's somehow more terrifying than the spell itself. The spell's not that terrifying.
It's not.
But yeah, I'm gonna cast Fog Cloud, which just because for the shits and giggles of doing it, and I can do it, and I say I'm going to do it unless Jasket tells me otherwise, I'm going to have it cast from within Fog's mouth, and that's how he's going to cast that spell.
Yeah, so he just opens his mouth and then like a fog just rolls out.
Pretty
and
much.
starts filling up the area.
Again, I've never casted a spell before, so how the hell do I do this?
Well, you just tell me that you're doing it, and then for the most part, this one is actually very hands-off. You just say that you're doing it. It fills a 20-foot radius centered on a point that you...
120.
It's got a range of 120. You can choose a 20-foot radius within 120 feet.
Okay, I see it. I'm just dumb. Got it.
It's all good. The sphere spreads around corners. Area is heavily obscured. It lasts for the duration or until a wind of moderate or greater speed, at least 10 miles per hour, disperses it. And it lasts for up to an hour, but you have to remain concentrating on it. So if you take any damage at all, you have to make a check to keep that concentration going.
Got it.
Okay, and is that what your turn is spent doing? You do still have a move and bonus action if you want to use them.
Nope, that'll be it.
Okay, after you is Eugene.
Yeah, if Calamity makes motion like we're going, and then I see Fog belch this giant cloud of his namesake, of their namesake.
Mhm.
Then Eugene's just gonna take his hand off his sword and turn around and be like, "Well, that was weird," and just leave because he doesn't want to be here.
Okay.
He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna have to knock out another clown." Jeez.
Okay, so you're just gonna spend your action or your
Moving
movement
away.
leaving?
Yeah, I'll double move.
I
You
will
got it.
say, just in case if that changes anything you do, Calamity did not take a move on her turn. She gestured for everybody else to start moving.
Yeah, if she did that, he's just gonna go.
Okay.
Because he doesn't want to fight.
Hey, Gilbert, it is your turn. There's a heavy fog in the area. One of the clowns look ready to turn on the other one, and Eugene is leaving.
Yeah, I think Gil will also just shake his head in disappointment because he did really want to stab a clown, but see that two of the party is leaving and another one is smoking, so he'll just walk in a direction.
Dang, Fog, what vape you got?
So
Honestly, I'm
confused.
picturing Fog now as a greaser from the 60s having a cigarette.
Just
No,
probably
man.
makes eye contact.
You
With
blew,
the other
you blew a
clown.
cloud. You blew a cloud, dude. You got a vape in there somewhere.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
I'll take my movement to well, how close were these clowns to us, by the way?
I mean, they were within like about 10 feet to most of the party.
Okay, so none of us are moving out of their combat range.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I'll follow Eugene.
Okay. Splendor.
Well, Splendor is still trying to face up with these clowns, and once one of them gets the crown of madness and they start attacking each other, she's going to have some real difficulty not just going in there and tearing it up. So she moves like she's about to jump in there, but then she stops. Like she pauses because she sees May over there kicking the tire, potentially in the way of this clown fight that's about to get on top of her. So instead, she's going to step to the side, attempt to disengage Mayworth from the tire, and like scoop her up, unicycle and all, and scurry off with everybody else.
Okay. May, are you resisting this at all?
I think so. I don't think I'm actively resisting, but I am like, no, you gotta take them out at the ankles, and I'm like taking my dagger to try to like get the tire.
I love May so much.
Does Splendor get a flailing dagger when she goes to pick up May?
I'm not flailing the dagger at Splendor. I think May has hopefully a bit more control than that. Can we give her a bit more control than that, Jess?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Did you hear the regret in my voice? I was like, oh shit.
I mean, to be honest, even if she got hit, Splendor probably would have just flinched and gone
You know
on
what?
with it.
Actually, hold on.
Oh no.
Why?
I want to bring up the amount of times, and I do mean times, plural, that May has baby flopped around on her unicycle.
Wait, we actually have a tally of this?
It's been at least one per session.
She's new at this.
Give me a d20 roll. Just a flat d20 roll.
I
If
also
it's
like
5 or
after-
less, you do nick Splendor.
I do like the mental image that May is kicking something while still on her unicycle.
Yep.
Like,
You can kick something on like that's like. Have you ever seen those people that have road rage, but they're on bikes and they like
Thankfully,
kick
no.
something and fall over?
people
Oh,
have like so much confidence in themselves.
Okay. You're fine. You don't accidentally nick Splendor with your dagger.
I'm not a baby.
Nobody's calling you a baby. Let's go. Are you okay?
Fine. I was gonna get the ankle.
They didn't break anything, did they? 'Cause I swear,
I
if they
didn't get
broke
hit.
anything,
I didn't get hit. I'm okay. And I'm like, oh, wait, hold on. And I open my pocket to see fettuccine. I'm like, oh, okay.
like when she panics for a second, Splendor like stiffens and jerks a little bit, and then she eases off when she realizes she's just checking on the snake. Like we love the snake, but we're glad.
I'm excited to kill the snake.
Stop it.
No, you do it. No.
I'm gonna give fettuccine the spider belt so hard.
It becomes
I
the
still
holder of
have-
every magic item.
I will cast Sanctuary on that damn snake. I have healing powers.
Sanctuary on the Snake is my new metal album.
Favorite band from the 80s.
Well, Splendor hoists Mayworth, and she's still got that very, like, stern. She's got, like, a Winter Soldier look on her face. She looks like Bucky Barnes about to go kick Captain America's ass, but she's turning the opposite direction to go and follow the rest of the party.
Kick America's ass.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. On the clown's turn, the one turns on his friend and starts attacking him.
What's a little shanking between friends?
Does Crown of Madness mean that he has to take his multi-attack? Or is it just one attack? Hold on.
I think it just changes who they decide to target, does it not?
It says make a melee attack against the creature other than itself. So I think it actually technically doesn't get its multi-attack. Oof, not that that's going to matter much. You watch as this clown takes out a mace made out of hard candy and just
Yes.
clocks the other across the temple. Let me roll damage. For a pretty decent amount of damage. Oh, excuse me. The other one starts yelling at him, and then they start wrestling. If you guys want to walk away from this fight, I don't know if Calamity had something else in mind. Calamity, you know that car, by the way, it's not broken.
Right. Yeah.
It just needs some tickets, and it'll start going again.
Mm. So is it my turn?
Yes. Or sorry, no. Last would be May.
Yeah.
May, are you going to be doing anything other than being carried by Splendor?
I mean, does anybody ever want to do anything else?
Except for being carried, I think being carried by Splendor is a lot of people's goals in life.
Mommy? I'm sorry. Mommy? Mommy?
I just meant it's like comforting.
She smells like sweat and leather.
It's a good combo.
I was about to say, is anyone really going to complain about that?
So I think I'm going to hold action in case anything else happens, but I will be gesturing to the clowns in ways that are not polite.
Okay.
Just over Splendor's shoulder. Like I'm flipping off I'm flipping off the clowns and the car because fuck that car.
Oh, am I about to ruin your day, May? Yeah, so we're definitely going to be causing more problems. Question though, and I don't, because I genuinely don't know, would trying to pilot the vehicle, even if I admit to just not piloting it well, ruin my concentration?
So, we're going to say that at some point, Calamity has ridden one of these things. You don't pilot them. They drive themselves.
Okay. Cool.
He got ticket Teslas.
For better or worse. We're gonna go ahead and very casually, actually, no, this is with the full energy of, like, teacher's pet smug asshole, right? Like, this is the kid who reminds the teacher that you have homework.
Yeah.
We're gonna, like, stroll through the fog all the way to where you get into the car, and we're gonna look at the one that isn't Crown of Madness and just give a 2-finger salute and put in some tickets.
Okay.
Just enough to get where...
it does cost 5 red tickets to operate.
That's fine.
Okay. Are you going to call it to your party? Because you do know that this thing will just start driving.
I mean, my game plan is, can I stop it at my own will?
If you stop it, it then will require 5 more red tickets.
Yeah, this is for style points. This isn't really anything she needs to do. She's just being mean.
You then just need to speak a destination.
I think our destination is quite literally 40 feet in front of us.
Okay. Also, I've been struggling to figure out where in these books they put the description for this vehicle. I have finally found it.
Yeah.
It's in chapter 0 for some reason instead of chapter 2. But the big honkers are shaped like large bicycle horns with a circular area that can see up to 4 medium-sized creatures or 2 large creatures in rows of 2. I'm increasing this, by the way, because our party is big and also we have a large creature in our party. So these things are actually...
And it's a clown
sorry I have
car,
such a large
so...
Yeah.
Sorry, Jess, could you say the name of these things again?
Big honker.
I thought that's what you said.
Yep. The smaller versions are
ol'.
called boop-arounds.
Oh, that's cute.
And they are small red orbs with wheels.
Yeah, no, we're in a... Well, I know it drives itself.
Yeah.
But hear me out. Once it hits its 40s feet, can it do, like, a little, like, drift whip?
Mhm.
Yeah. She does that. She looks so fucking smug. Like, you can't see her face, but you can tell her eyes just reek of shitty, misplaced superiority. She leans up, she's, come on, guys, come on!
Oh, we control... Oh. Got it. We control it. Okay. Okay. And May, like, gets in and pulls her unicycle and kind of, like, jabs it. Like, it's very uncomfortable to sit in this car now. The unicycle is taking up all of the rows.
Splendor, like, loses grip of May, like May's gone, and she looks at the car suspiciously and kind of casts a look over her shoulder to see where Gil and Fogg and Eugene are.
I'm standing there. I was like, you know, I don't know. Like, we're just standing there, I guess.
I think we started
May
walking
pats
in
the middle seat.
We don't have time to just sit and
Splendor.
stare at it.
May pats the middle seat and gestures towards Splendor to get in. Like, come on, I'm so done.
Yeah, Eugene's just gonna climb in, I guess.
Is there a spot, like, on the back that I can, like, stand on?
You can... So, they are shaped like a large bicycle horn. It is very round. There is no flat spot to stand on, except for the seating area.
And
There's the top.
Can I posit something very, very cursed?
What is that?
I think he should be allowed to, like, yeehaw straddle the, like...
The skinnier part of the horn?
Yeah.
I thought that, but with Fog because he's so big.
Gilbert, would you like to attempt to yeehaw straddle this?
hate all of you. How? See, the disgusting degenerate part of me is like, yeah, why not? But at the same time, how dangerous does Gil think that this would be dangerous?
It would be very dangerous. You've seen these things zipping around at just breakneck paces. Also, Delorme,
yeah.
to understand, because I know you're not from the U.S., yeehaw is something that's like attributed to cowboys, people who ride around on horses, and straddling is like how you ride a horse.
So Gil's gonna sit next to somebody.
Okay.
He's not gonna straddle anything, not today.
Aw.
Wait, hold on. Galorem, where you from, dog? I just want to know.
Also, Riley, like, he does not want to attempt to straddle anything today, therefore he is probably
cool.
not horny.
Ah,
So, wait,
Okay.
who was the next person to get in?
The boy Eugen?
Eugene got in. Eugene?
Yes.
Jim.
Yes. Me, Jim.
You, Jim. Cool.
And I think that just leaves Fog, right?
Yep. Does
Yes.
Fog yeehaw straddle it?
Fog will sit wherever he can.
Okay. There is
I like
enough
to
room.
imagine.
boy.
I am like to imagine it's the dog thing where they kind of just don't have a grip, and so sliding around.
Yeah, Splendor, like, was going to take a look, see where everybody was at, and as they start heading towards the car, then she is going to go ahead and slide in the car, just making sure she's got eyes on everybody, assuming we're all going to the same place.
Okay.
And when she sits next to May and I guess Eugene on the other side, or possibly Fog, her shoulders are so broad that it's basically like an inverted triangle shoving up against people on either side. I don't say this from experience at all.
She is a triangle.
May turns and is like, "Let's just forget that I attacked this thing, okay? We're gonna just collectively agree."
I mean, okay.
Pinkie.
I've got other stuff I need to do. So
You can hear that the wrestling 40 feet behind you guys in the thick fog has come to a stop, and you can hear walking towards you now.
Again, no, we're going. Just
Okay.
no.
Who's spending their tickets? 'Cause it is only
Um,
5 red
I
tickets.
think Calamity is. She expended her style points to stop. We're gonna keep going.
Okay.
And we are just looking for our destination.
Yeah, so
And I don't know how to word this.
the hostile
But-
hostel.
Yeah, we want to get out of. We want to get into the jamboree because we know bringing this out into the jamboree is going to ruin.
no, actually, it won't.
No.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
You know that, in fact, while you're in this, rubes who haven't had their minds opened up like the rest of the party has
Yeah.
can't recognize not just the vehicle but the people in it, and you will actually just pass right through them.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No. Then we're going straight to the hostel.
Okay. So the vehicle accepts the tickets, waits for you to say where to go. When you do, it just zips right the fuck off. It starts swerving around. It is not taking the most direct of routes, but it's still faster than if you have walked.
I think we're also doing a very shitty tour guide Disneyland bit as we're going through the rest of the Dismadium this way. You're like, and on your left is yada. You know what I mean?
We're getting Jungle
May
Cruise.
May is completely into the tour. She's like, "Oh, okay."
I do have to preface. I think like a fourth of the information she's giving is just fucking wrong.
It doesn't matter.
I mean, it's not like we'll know to fact check her. I mean, she's our fact checker, so.
How fast does
Nobody
this thing
is
go?
fact-checked.
I do not believe it gives. Oh, there we go. They move at 65 feet per round.
Okay.
That's pretty good. That's like
Yeah.
unicycle level almost, isn't it?
That's 50
The
feet faster than
unicycle,
fog.
that is the double speed once per day speed for the unicycle. Very zoomy.
Yeah.
I don't know how many deck saves we have to make in this thing when it takes corners.
Excuse me. I'm sorry I sneezed on mic, you guys. Pardon me.
It's
It's
got seatbelts or it doesn't have seatbelts. It has railings in it, kind of like a ride style railing, but not one that comes down onto your lap. It's one of the ones for like kind of like those spinny rides where you like grab it and spin, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't spin at all, so you just have it in front of you. You have to hold on to that.
I mean, that's probably
yeah.
good, because how many of us would actually know how to use a seatbelt?
That's a fair point, because I know fog, this is the boat all over again.
He's got buddies this time, though. It's
Help!
fine.
It's again.
Yeah.
Well, just think, if we happen to roll while turning a corner, it is round, so it'll just plop back on its wheels. It's fine. It's good.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, Riley, I forgot I wanted to ask you real fast.
Huh?
Have you
Yes?
seen the new Critical Role animated?
Oh, you mean like
The official ones they're doing for campaign 2.
Yeah.
It's great. It's wonderful.
Yeah. Hot boy.
Yeah. Guys, I think I'm dead.
Just as a side note, by the way,
Yeah.
this car is 5 feet faster than a horse meant for going fast.
We're going fast.
Yeah. Like the
yeah.
top speed of a riding horse is 60.
We're going at the speed of horse.
Yeah,
This is very jarring.
I think Gil is definitely clutching that like bar in front of him,
The oh shit handle.
and that, or he is unconsciously gripping whoever is next to him, which I think is
Eugene.
funny. Yeah, I think he would actually be grabbing onto Eugene's arm, just death grip.
Calamity's having a great time.
course.
She's definitely like almost like she's trying to stand as if she's trying to give her wings air.
Aw.
Very into it.
6/5 horsepower.
Yeah.
But yes, you make it to the hostile hostel. Now, the way there is perilous. Calamity is the only one who knows that you go through people who cannot perceive this thing. So as this thing goes barreling towards a group of rubes, you all just have to sit there and panic.
Yeah,
until
so
it
I
gets
imagine we're like, oh god!
through.
Yeah, Splender's yelling.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining, like, Eugene and Gil are, like, clutching each other, screaming, like, Scooby-Doo style.
I'm thinking, like, depending on how tall the roof is, Splendor is probably bracing her arms against the roof as opposed to the handles. So she's got her arms straight up and she's screaming.
To my knowledge, there is no roof on these.
I still can't, like,
They're
visualize
as
what this
unsafe
thing...
as possible.
Gotcha. Okay.
May is just like sitting still and small with her eyes closed and like, no, none of this is real. Actually, it's not real.
be on roller coasters.
Real quickly, Galorm, if you happen to know if they do have art of the big honkers or the boop arounds, I can't find it without having to, like, focus on it.
What? Pardon me, the boop arounds?
Did you miss
Yes.
that, Jim?
Are they called boop arounds?
The smaller ones are.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, I want one.
Yeah, we're in, what did you say? Big
The
honkers?
big honker. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what I'm
I
changing my
think it-
subscribers to. Yeah, hey Lorm, thank you for coming a big honker.
Just,
Oh
no.
But you do eventually get to the hostile hostel. You'd notice, upon reaching the hostile hostel, that there is a really shabby looking addition to the hostile hostel. It looks like someone just took a bunch of like driftwood, broken building wood, like just recycled wood, and like nailed a whole new room to the side of this building. And as you all get out of the big honker clown car, a children of the candy corn who had been leaning against the wall with a lollipop in his mouth waddles up to you guys, takes the lollipop out of its mouth, makes a gurgling noise at you all, and then holds out a little note just in the general direction of your group.
Just for semantics sake, because I want to do it, when Fog gets out of the big honker, he's going to literally flop out. Like, it's like more or less chin slapping the ground, more or less ass in the air.
He just
I
flopped.
love that.
Pours out like an ungraceful liquid.
More or less.
Everybody do the flop.
You okay, big guy? You all right?
You're just going to hear chattering as he's just moving his jaw up and down really fast, but there is no inconceivable noise coming out.
You're gonna take that as a yes. Okay.
I think Gil also stumbles out a little bit.
Yeah, while Eugene and Gil are getting out, as I think they're on the other side, she's gonna like wait for May to get out and then stumble out after her.
Drano, that's beautiful. Thank you for that.
Yeah, it was.
Jesus Christ.
But Eugene's just gonna look at Gil and be like, you okay?
Can't feel my legs.
More loud gurgling noises from this little child monster as it holds up this note and waves it at you guys.
Calamity will. Sorry.
Oh, Gil has met these candy corn kids before.
Yes.
Have they ever gurgled?
They've mostly just made weird fucking noises, so it gurgling like that is not out of the question.
Okay. I also think Gil is a little distracted with the fact that his legs are like jelly right now.
Although I will mention it is uncomfortably wet. It is as if their throat is currently full of liquid.
Ew.
As they wave this note at you guys.
We will gurgle right the fuck back. And then
Can I get a calamity gurgle beep?
Why do you hate me so? Of course, come on.
Jim!
Gurgling at children now.
How do you even? I think it. And she's gonna take it and she's gonna hold it out to the group.
Thank you.
May gurgles, but it's just her stomach from the ride.
When you gurgle back, by the way, they do a little power pose. You know that thing where like you jump up just a little bit, just enough to get your feet off the ground, spread your legs a bit more into like a triangle formation, and then point.
Yeah.
They do that. Like they're very excited when you gurgle back at them. They do that as you take the note, and then they scamper off.
Yeah. And now Calamity's just taken their place, holding the note out like a cyborg assistant from a sci-fi film.
What does it say?
I think this is for you.
Okay. And Eugene just takes the note. What does it say, God?
It lets you know that it is not a permanent addition, but that having heard some things that happened from Stefano, Locke has spent some resources and pulled some strings to have a new addition added to the hostile hostel, at least until it's found, and to just ask Ramona for the special room.
What?
Oh.
He looks at the note and he's like, apparently we're supposed to ask Ramona for the special room.
Okie dokie.
What does that? What's wrong with our
Splendor, and he holds the note out to Splendor. I don't know. Look, that's what it says. Look.
She licks her lips. She kind of glances at the note, and she looks pointedly back over her shoulder, like she's looking at Mayworth. You know, totally casual.
May I roll insight on this? Like,
go for it, Jimbus.
Okay.
Can you feel?
Insight tonight. That's a fucking 10 plus numbers. Hold on.
I mean, I can't help you with that because she can't count either.
That's
so
a fucking 13.
Okay, let me see. Do I roll my insight?
If you're trying to deceive me, roll deception.
Yep.
Deception. Okay. It's a freaking +1. Okay, here we go. That would be a 16.
Nice.
Damn.
Yeah.
So
So-
Eugene just squints at
I
Splendor.
will say for her sake, like, it's not an outright tell, but you can tell
I gotta shut
something
the
is
door.
off.
Yeah.
Just a little bit off, because, I mean, she's not really one to lie. She's all bluff and bluster just to show off, but she's telling the truth for the most part. Or just not saying anything.
So
Or reading
Eugene's
anything.
gonna kind of squint at her and just like hold the note down at his side, and he says, "Just God, whatever, God, just come on. I really just want to sit down."
That sounds really nice, as long as the sitting down involves sitting down and not moving.
Yeah, I just we can talk about it when we get back, but yeah. So
Yeah, I
Eugene's,
think-
go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, as they're talking, Gil, just being also exhausted, just stumbles towards the entrance. He's just like, you guys deal with this, I'm going.
Yeah,
We're gonna get back to the room, and he's already gonna be there with, like, a vodka and his feet propped up.
I love that you said vodka. That's great.
just
Sorry.
straight vodka.
Inside joke. His husband is Russian, so makes sense.
A little taste of home.
Amazing.
Yeah, Gil will be in the bath before you guys even get into the room. He's like, I'm already relaxing, guys.
So, as you come in, Ramona goes, "Hello, welcome! Is this your first time staying with us?" "No, I think I recognize you all."
Yeah, we're staying in the suite, remember?
Special room.
"Oh, you want the special room?"
Yeah, we're staying in the special room.
"Okay, yeah, no problem." And she, you can see, like, she puts on a glove and carefully grabs the boring room's key, and, like, she's grabbing it by, like, the most corner she can and puts it onto the counter, and then takes out another key that you haven't seen before. It looks, it kind of looks like a bird's feather, but carved, like, where the feather sticks into the bird itself is carved to look like a key. And she also puts that next to the key as well. You're gonna go into the boring room, and you'll find the entrance in there.
Okay. Flashbacks to the fucking schnozzling, like.
Yeah, Gil has never been into the boring room, so he's like, this sounds great.
It's not great. It's not. Don't let them fool you.
What's the boring room?
I guess we're about to
Oh,
find
it's
out.
boring. Ugh. I think Calamity also grabs it like with like 2 fingers, the boring room key.
Yeah.
Like holding it away from her like it's this horrible diseased thing.
Do you want someone else to carry that?
Oh, please, please, please.
Okay, Gil will just take the feather.
No, it's the boring room's key.
Oh,
is,
right. Sorry, yeah, the
just a normal brass key. Like, think stereotypical old times key.
yeah.
It
My
says
brain.
normal looking. Yeah.
My
Oh,
brain died for a second.
Splendor, like, just lifts one of her side braids and looks at it where she's tied the other keys she got from Candy's chocolate. How does it compare to the old keys? Or the boring room's key, rather.
Largely, like, pretty similar. Just, different with the notches and such.
Boring would be okay for a little while, I guess.
Yeah, boring is not boring is not boring like you think is boring. So let's just get in there. Hopefully, Locke has set something up for us. I'm already suspicious.
So it's not how I think. Does boring mean there's pigs in there then?
No, listen, no.
Oh, I wish!
I can't-
That would be so much fun!
You said it's boring, but not in the way that we think.
Ramona, can I have a suggestion slip, please?
Yeah. And she, like, ruffles through her stuff until eventually she does find a yellowed piece of paper and hands it over.
I'm putting boars in the boring room. And then we're handing it back.
Okay.
Next time we come to the hostel, the boring room is now going to have a pig's foot key.
In the shape of a tail.
Hilarious. Hilarious.
I think Gil holding the key to the boring room and not knowing where the boring room is, he's just gonna stare at Eugene. Not saying anything, but just like, help.
Eugene kind of rolls his eyes. He's just like, "Why we always have to go through something? Why can't we just go back to the room? Why is it always something?" He just walks up the stairs.
Eugene, you were the one that told me not to expect boring in the traditional way. Where are you going?
Okay.
I think he's tired. May. I'm feeling a little bit. You're sure you're all right? And Calamity, are you good from the car thing?
Oh, that was fun. I haven't gone that fast in a while.
I meant getting hit by it, but
Huh? Her wings still look a little bent, and she just sort of. No, that happens all the time. It's just part of being the Dismadium.
Huh. I kind of like to hear more about that place if you're up for it later,
yes.
you know, when we're resting to make the boring room less boring, you know.
Oh, sure. I mean, if that's what you command of me, I can certainly stay in and do that. I was thinking about going over to try and find that doohickey.
When she says command, Splendor frowns and almost looks a little bit upset just for a second.
Oh. I'm sorry, I just intend to make everyone angry.
She's not angry, just traumatized. It's fine.
Oh, no.
Just a little trauma.
Everyone in our group is just...
A big bag full of trauma.
Yeah.
We're just flesh bags of trauma.
It's not trauma if you don't know that it's trauma.
That's
That's
not
very
trauma if you
true.
don't
In
acknowledge
May's
it as
case,
trauma.
in May's case, that's very true.
Yeah.
Okay, well, she's gonna just kind of nod and watch to see who else is going up to the room and probably be one of the last to usher them up, though I assume Calamity is probably the last.
I don't think Calamity quite cares about where she's going in order in terms of this, so she's just sort of.
I think May is last because she's trying to do like the trick where she jumps up the stairs on her unicycle.
Yeah.
bunny
Yes.
hops up there.
Acro bike time.
Oh, okay. So what Pinkie says to do there is she blinks. She blinks and then she just walks up the stairs.
Oh.
Who's Pinkie?
The both of you have chosen violence, and I love that.
Eugene just like Eugene is a little bit ahead of them, and he just like bangs his head against the wall once. and
right behind you, by the way.
and he's just standing in front of the boring room. He just looks at Gil and just stares at Gil, and he goes, "Man, I'm going on a religious journey after this. I'm leaving everything, and I'm just gonna go walk. I'm just gonna go walk the world, okay?"
I need a drink.
What bullshit is this?
Gil, drinking is bad.
It really isn't.
Can assure.
I feel like that's a conversation we need to have when we're not outside here, but just...
I will gladly tell you over a drink.
Well, I'll have some water.
It looks like vodka.
Gil looks as if you just told him like something really sad about your past. Like the fact that you're choosing water. Like,
Alcohol is
Frown.
poison, Gil. It kills the demons inside. I'm made of demons. I'll die.
fine.
What the fuck?
I'll have some milk.
I mean, Gil likes milk too, but at this moment, he's like, some vodka would really help.
So Eugene's gonna kind of look at Gil expectingly to like put the key in the door.
Oh right, yeah, he just was following you. Yeah, he'll just open the door
Yeah.
Okay.
if the door lets me.
Could we take a short break once we enter the room?
We'll take a short break once you get to the next room.
Gotcha.
Which in theory shouldn't be too long, but it's you guys, so we'll see.
5 hours later.
That sounds like a double-edged compliment.
As the door opens, you can note two major differences in here, Eugene.
Yeah.
One, somebody has covered all the wallpaper that had all the Heckna faces on it. It appears to be sloppily painted over, but it is painted over.
Yeah.
You can already see that in some areas the paint is starting to crack, and you can like start to see part of Heckna like peeking through, but not quite the eyes yet. It seems like the paint itself is slowly being peeled away just by the room. And sitting on one of the counters in the room, you can see a small bird statue. It is missing a fairly large feather.
Oh, bless you, you magnificent bird. And then he's gonna like look for the bird
Somebody
key.
will hold it out.
He's gonna take it and he's gonna put it in the bird statue.
Okay. You see part of the wall just kind of open up, and it looks, when it does so, this is not a smooth motion. This does not look like it was made by an expert carpenter. This was made by somebody who had carpenter tools. And you can see a slide on the other side leading down.
All right, I guess let's go have some fun. Get into our room. And then Eugene's gonna walk and sit down and like slide down the slide.
Passive aggressive wee.
The moment you sit on the slide, it creaks loudly. Once again, this was not made by an expert. This was made by somebody who had the tools to make it.
We're saying a quick prayer to Pillar.
Splendor looks at Fog.
And you slide down it. Does the rest of the party follow?
Yeah, Gil is right behind him still.
Okay. As the party goes through, I will say, when Fog gets on it, you actually hear something fall away from the slide.
Oh, good!
You hear a loud crack of wood and then some clanging beneath you, but you can't actually see beneath you. It appears to just be like darkness.
It's fine.
Imprisoning me. All that I see.
As you reach the bottom, you find that the air in here is damp. Everything is warm, everything's brightly lit, and you are in what looks like a spa room. Tucked into the far corner of the spa room, you can see the wagon that Locke lives in. It looks like somebody has picked up and moved his wagon. He is sitting at the door with his legs just barely out of it.
Yeah.
And you can see a few children of the candy corn are talking to him as well. And there's quite a few of the puppet maker's marionettes around. And that's where we're going to be taking our break.
Mr. Locke!
Oh,
I would like to just preface the party. I do fully intend to cause a problem immediately once we start back up.
Oh, that's the biggest PP move right there.
Just letting you all
Glad
know.
I'm joining the biggest of the PP boys.
Yes. The largest. All right. You guys, we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
We're doing a 15-minute?
10, 15, you know how it is. Might be a little bit more, might be a little bit less. I don't know.
We normally say 10 minutes, and then we're back in like 15 to 20 minutes.
Stay tuned. Okay, bye.
I'm gonna
Violence.
Ohayo
I'm ready for a
gozaimasu!
heckling.
Minasan! Welcome back!
Hi.
We're back in Heckna.
I love
Hello,
watching
hello.
all of the
The skulls and
yeah, the
corpses fall down.
skulls.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have the
What
same
is that little glass?
So every time somebody
Dark.
subs or drops bits, they drop in the cup.
Ah,
Yay.
okay.
Yeah. I have one as well, and it fills with little carrots. Because I'm a bunny.
No, you're a human being.
That's cute.
Don't you tell me what I am.
You're not that
You
really
don't
bad.
know, Jim.
Riley the sentient rabbit.
I mean, if
Yeah,
a
right,
rat
though.
can have an arcade,
Okay, I don't want to hear about sentience because I literally had a mouse sit on my foot this morning.
maybe it has a fetish.
Charles Entertainment
No!
Cheese. All right, what are we doing?
Right.
Apparently
There is a
hydrating.
spa, and I am intrigued, both as Riley and as Gilbert.
So the bird motherfucker is just there, right?
Yes, he's sitting in his cart that he cannot leave.
Yeah,
Mhm.
his
Or sorry, in his
leggies
wagon
are
thing.
sticking out.
Yeah. He's sitting in the
Um,
doorway.
So we're just sort of full off removing the whole of the mask, letting it go somewhere. We don't care where it's going. We are making a beeline to this man.
Birdman's about to get clocked by Calamity.
Yeah, basically.
Eugene is
gonna say,
like, yeah, Mr. Locke, and like start making his way over to him, and then he clearly gets dwarfed by Calamity because Calamity's probably going faster.
Oh yeah, no, it's a power walk. And we are going to not punch him yet. But we are going to just without hesitation, we are grabbing at, I assume he wears like a little like tunic or whatever. Little potion master outfit. I don't know. Right?
Hold on, there's actually an image of him
Yay.
that I have like up. I just need to get the screenshot real quick.
I don't think we've actually seen an image of him yet.
Yeah, I think it was just implied before.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're grabbing the little cowl, right?
Oh, he's a magpie.
And
That makes sense.
it is device what gaggled that Johnny. Don't make crooks. Which for Mayworth and Jask, you are the one who toyed with her. Don't cross me. And unless if somebody does anything in the immediate moment, we are going to try and throw him into his own shop.
Yeah, Eugene's gonna, because Eugene was like right behind you. Eugene's gonna put his hand on your shoulder. Hey, we're all friends here. We don't need to start anything.
Oh no, I don't know Eugene. I feel like he deserves it.
Patches Holly honest and bad nails. Isn't that right? The best jokes are rooted in someone's misfortune.
He doesn't look afraid. He's just staring at you. And then tilts his head. And skipping gobbledygook, I didn't toy with her.
Eugene blinks and squints.
Gil is also squinting and blinking.
I think her expression just dies. And she sighs. She knew she wasn't gonna hit him anyways. She just drops him unceremoniously. Shrugs Eugene off of her shoulder, and she's going to try and head out. If she can.
Like she's trying to leave the room.
Mm-hmm.
Or the wagon. Are we in his wagon? Did we go in?
He was sitting on the edge of his wagon, so they did not need to go into it.
Like,
Okay.
but
The room does
ahead.
not appear to have any doors aside from the slide that you left out of.
Yeah, so for comedic effect and also just to highlight Calamity being a disaster, I think she grabs the mask, she puts it on very formally, very seriously, and then she tries to crawl up the slide like a horrible little spider, but she hasn't crossed spider crawl yet, so she just keeps sliding down. And then she keeps going back up and sliding down.
Every time you do this, the slide is shaking a little bit more, and it's very shoddy condition. And you can hear more parts of it falling down.
May yells out, "You got this, Calamity!" and gives bardic inspiration.
Calamity, wait! Don't just
Skitter, skitter, skitter,
Don't-
skitter, skitter,
Calamity,
skitter, skitter.
stop!
Slide.
Do it, Jim.
Calamity!
She's got this.
No,
May's back calling Eugene Jim.
look, it's more. Look, there's more stuff that's important. Okay, we all need to sit down and talk.
Who's there?
Eugenie, she can do this. Stop. You have to believe in her.
I do believe in her, just not in that way. Calamity, just come sit down.
Calamity, high or low?
Hi.
Okay. As you're trying to make your way up the slide, you start to actually like get some distance up the slide, and then you hear a loud cracking noise, and even more things falling. And the slide angles sharply and starts to like the part that you're on starts to lift up as the slide itself is falling away from whatever it was attached to on the walls.
No.
Spender runs for the slide to try and brace it.
Yeah, can I?
Frog will run for Calamity to catch her.
Okay.
Teamwork.
Oh. I do have to say, again, for comedic effect, there is no care that the slide is going down. There is still useless, horrible scrambling
I
to
think
try
May
and reach a
is
top that is not there.
May wants Calamity to girl boss so much. And it's like in complete denial that this is not working.
Yeah,
She's like, "Oh, you're totally. It can still. It can still work out."
From the dip it did before your party members caught the slide, you can tell that whatever inky darkness that this slide is falling into, you can see that there's actually a clear line that the slide is falling into, where it's like just being absorbed into this darkness. It's deep from the amount of the slide that falls into it before it disappears from view.
Is somebody getting Calamity forcefully off of the slide while this is happening? Because
Yes,
I don't.
Frog would
She's
be.
not okay. Horrible little grabby hands. The wings are just spasming aggressively.
yeah. Eugene dives out of the way and then he stands up. What? Is Fog holding Calamity?
Yeah, probably something equivalent to like a frail kitten.
Can we just sit down and have a talk, please?
What is
Is that what you want me to do?
An important detail that I implied, but definitely should actually like say is here. So I mentioned this room is built like a spa. There is actually a whole like large hot tub spa thing here, and there is several like massage tables as well.
Who's
Like, this
manning
is
the massage
full-
tables?
Your choice between either a Children of the Corn at some of them or marionettes at the others.
Neither. Okay, cool.
yeah, Gil will give himself a massage, alright? He's not
Just enough on the
letting
back.
No one's touching him. But while all this chaos is happening on this funky little slide, what is Locke doing after he got thrown back into his thing? Because Gil is still over by his shop.
He didn't get thrown back into the shop. He got dropped where he was sitting.
I
Chloe
thought
did
she-
stop from. She said she's going to.
Oh,
And
I
then-
thought she was gonna punch him, but just like threw him back.
After If I
No,
remember
she
correctly,
picked him up by the cowl, made motion like she was going to threaten to throw him into the shop like a dramatic jock from a shitty B-rate movie to the nerd, you know?
Okay.
But then she sort of realized she is unfortunately too squishy to do that, emotionally. So she just dropped him and then tried to skitter out like a horrible little spider bird.
Okay. I just misunderstood then. Either
but
way,
Locke
what
is
is
still
he
sitting
doing?
there at the edge. He's just watching this all go down.
what can I read his expression at all? Like what he might be thinking about all this, or is it still just like that? Like he doesn't believe in us at all. Like he's seen us a billion times. That whole
Go
thing.
ahead and make an insight.
Oh, that's fantastic. Where's my insight? Yikes! That's only 8.
Yeah, he's got a big old bird head for a head. It's
Yeah.
hard to read that. It's really hard to read that. There's not a whole lot to form facial structure.
Yeah, Gil's probably never seen this race before, but also he just has one eye. It's fine. He can't read things.
So when Calamity says, "Is that what you want me to do?" Eugene gets this like perturbed look on his face, like somewhere between anger and confusion, you know. And he goes, "I don't want you to do anything, Calamity. I want you to be okay. And if you're not, and I can understand that you wouldn't be, then that's fine. But you don't need to take anything out on Locke because he's not the one that showed Pinkie the stone. I am. So if you have anything to say to anybody, it should be me."
You to do that. You're a silly little rube. Did you fully understand what was going to happen?
I understood what the stone did.
Right.
I didn't know that Pinkie had tried to attack Heckna before. No, I didn't. But the only reason I gave it to Pinkie was because I didn't want to show it to you, and I thought maybe showing it to Pinkie would help you understand that maybe something's wrong with the way that this is.
Eugene?
No, I'm talking about this.
No, just because something is wrong doesn't mean you can just come in and fix it. You don't know anything about her situation. You don't know anything about this situation. None of us know anything.
I don't know much at all.
That's our job. Our job is to fix things.
My job is to hit things. I don't know about your job, but I don't think any of it really matters with everything that's going on.
Yes,
out
it does matter. What I'm doing matters. I was put here for a reason, and that reason was to fix things. It may be a really bad reason, but I'm going to do it.
I think partially for comedic reprieve, but also just Calamity-isms. As the conversation shifts from attention to Calamity and she stops doing her heinous giggling, I do think she has responded to the kitten hold to be just sort of sitting limply in the position one would, like you know how like whenever cats have their whole little arms out?
Yep.
And they're just sort of held limply. Yeah.
Long cat Calamity.
I will say May is vastly uncomfortable because she is still standing next to Splendor and Eugene.
And Eugene turns to Splendor and he's like, "I asked you guys if you would be okay with helping me. If you're not okay with helping me anymore, I can find other people who will help me do what I need to do. If you're not okay with what I'm doing, then you can go. I never said you had to stay."
Why do we have to help you the way that you want us to help you?
He purses his lips, and you can see he's really thinking about something. Because if it's one thing that I'm okay at making a plan. And I'm not saying my plan is perfect, But maybe if we could figure something out, then I can keep you all safe.
Nobody's
But, like,
safe.
Cannot be found in existence.
But like also, I mean, it's not your job to keep me safe.
Yes, it is. That's a paladin's job, to protect
Well, then
other
you're-
people.
Well, then you're fired. I'm in charge of keeping. I can do it.
Splendor looks doubtfully at May.
I can do it.
She looks doubtfully at May until May looks at her, and then she looks slightly less doubtful.
I'm just saying, listen, all I'm saying is I have gotten this far in life the way that I have lived my life, and I'm fine. And I think that making us help you in only the way that you think is okay is cutting off a lot of options. I have ideas. I have things that can help.
Eugene looks like he doesn't know what to say. Like, he's just got this look on his face that is like the gears in his head are turning, but he's not saying anything, you know?
I just think we're a team. And, you know, when you're a team, you gotta be willing to listen to one another. Anyway, I'm gonna go take a bath.
Just at least get off of the unicycle first.
It's
The unicycle needs a bath too.
just there's a lot of mud on it and there's dust and I don't really have a whole lot of
Wentworth, if you die in a puddle of water, I'm going to be very upset.
She pedals away. She doesn't say she's not going to do that.
She looks back up at Eugene, and then over to Gilbert, see if he can offer any insight. Like, she does the eyebrows.
Yeah, Gil is just kind of standing, watching. Looks a little confused, a little lost.
Well, of all the plans that I've heard, I think Mayworth has the right of it. And she, like, lifts a tired hand and starts trudging off that direction.
Yeah, Eugene has gone, and he's like sitting on like the stoop of Locke's carriage, whatever.
Yeah.
Like the little stoop, and he's just staring at his holy symbol. Like, he's got it in his hand, he's just looking at it, and that is where he will be.
Has Calamity been given freedom yet?
Yeah.
I know I'm talking to Fog, but
Okay.
When
will-
Eugene holding.
I
Yeah.
will say, as people start to disperse, she does keep looking up at where the slide was. So I don't know if it's a good idea, but it is up to Fog to decide.
Fog would set you down.
There is something ominous about the darkness that separates the two holes in the walls now.
What's her intelligence again? What's her wisdom? We'll at the very least inspect it before we try to make another horrible escape.
Okay.
What would I need to do?
That's going to be an Arcana roll.
Okay. So what is the darkness?
Okay. It's not quite extraplanar because, as you know, within the Revelia, you're not able to reach other planes.
Right.
It is the void between extraplanar, or simply known as the void.
Right. So it's like the space between planes? If I'm...
Yes. And if you were to fall into it, the best case scenario is you get completely unmade.
Calamity looks excited for like half a second, and then she remembers the latter part, and she looks immediately unhappy. Behind the mask. I think she's just gonna sit there and look at what is possibly her closest way home yet. Elemental plane of air, baby. It's right there.
I mean, or alternatively, somebody pulls you out of their bag of holding.
Yeah. I think that'd be funny.
That'd be hilarious. That's probably what happened to Gil, actually.
Locke loudly clears his throat. Like, loud enough that it can be heard in this fairly large room.
Mm-hmm.
Eugene's gonna look up at him.
I, didn't know that blame was being pointed towards me for what happened.
And then she falls onto her back and just starts giggling again.
Oh, we apparently blame you.
I caught that. I'm sorry you feel... He stops himself and he thinks about how he's phrasing this.
Oh no, have fun with it, Locke. Tell Gilfreak to tell a first date.
Which is the marionette is available for rent.
I know my job here.
Now, in all fairness, I wasn't the one who told you to show the rune. I wasn't the one who made the rune. I wasn't the one who locked away all those memories. I get that I'm associated with them, and that I pushed as they did. So I understand where some of that blame is coming from. But also, I know that they weren't trying to do anything like this as well. This was unexpected.
Oh, what did you think was gonna happen? Oh, I want to hear this story. Is it gonna be a fun one? Put on a performance, Locke. Come on.
Wait, is this some kind of, like, theater show?
No.
Is this an improv thing? I turn to Splendor and I'm like, wait, are we the show?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I mean, yes, always.
Oh no.
That's what it's about, putting on a show. I need a little bit.
Oh.
I turn back to Locke and I'm like, how much do we get to be in this show?
He like pinches the bridge of his beak. And then rubs at the side of his face. As much as you want, May.
Amazing. I start writing down my salary requirement.
Now, I am sorry things went the way they did. That was not part of the plan. I did this And he gestures towards everything. Because I know that after everything you needed a break. And I thought that I could be here for that. But if that's a problem, I can have my wagon moved again.
Well, that's up to the Rubes.
You're our friend.
I'm
You
here
can
for
stay.
them after all. Yeah, you can stay. We're all friends here, right?
Eugene looks at Calamity.
She is laying on her back. The wings don't look like they should bend like that.
Eugene's gonna, like, ball up his holy symbol in his hand. Just put it back in his pouch. He's not wearing it now. And
Was that emotion that Eugene was trying to hide?
no.
Okay, so Gil probably saw that then.
No. Ever since you've known him, Eugene wears the holy symbol.
Yeah.
He put it in his bag, like his little, like, side pouch.
Yeah, and like even Gil, like, who technically isn't even like with his order anymore, like not fully, still wears his.
And he's just gonna get up, walk over, squat next to Calamity. If you don't want to be here, you can go. I understand that you have other things that are more important.
Oh, no.
Listen,
My purpose in this Revelia is to take care of little Rube like you all. Get you used to the place. Do you think I just came up to you all on accident?
oh no, I know. I had an idea.
No, I just want to go find the thing.
And let me ask you a question, Calamity. What's gonna happen when we find the thing?
The thing, the oh, well,
Just out of character, and also because her brain's going through a lot. There's not a lot in this brain. What was the master of? It's the master of ceremonies, right?
Yeah.
The
Does
stick.
Calamity have any idea what that does?
Calamity would know it's a very prestigious title that puts you literally right next to Heckna.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense. Why? Okay, yeah, I now remember why Calamity gives a shit.
well, okay, so to be the master of ceremony, nobody's been the master of ceremony for such a long time, and it puts you right next to Heckna.
Mm-hmm. And you want to be right next to Heckna?
Well, of course, he saved me.
Oh. Well, I don't want to be.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, you don't have to. I'm gonna find the stick.
So, if we found the stick, you would just give it to Heckna?
I think there is a confused little pause as her little brain works real hard to do the math here. As she's trying to order her processes of what is her job, right?
Well, I mean, my job is to make sure you guys are having a fun time. I mean, if you guys wanted to play with it for a bit first, sure. But
Well, clearly, that stick can do some sort of damage to Heckna, or else he wouldn't have been afraid of it? I don't know. Clearly, Pinkie knew something we don't know. So, something about that stick makes Heckna wary enough for us to, for him to set such a prestigious award for it.
right.
So, if we got the stick, I would want to use it against Heckna because I want to get out of here.
I mean, I'm welcome to let you try.
Would you let me try, though, Calamity?
Another very confused little blink as those wings twitch. I'd say it's like there's like a mix of like confusing little programmed commands in her head going on. This is like the loading screen on Windows whenever you just ask it to do two tasks. That's sort of like you open something and then you close it at the same time, and it's just so confused, and it's like, why are you doing this to me? And I don't think you get an answer for a good bit of time.
Well,
She's just blinking at you.
as Eugene's standing there, and this is what you see. So Eugene's new bright blue eyes, there's this sort of shimmer of like weirdness behind his eyes as his responses get a little bit more curt. And he says, "See, the thing is, I don't know. I really don't know how to talk to you right now. Because I feel like our agendas are differing. I mean, they always have been, but I feel like they're differing more than you know, they have been. Because what I want to do is I want to get out of here, and if I have to fight Heckna to get out of here, I'm going to do that. Now, that's just me speculating. Because I don't want to do that. I don't want to fight anyone. But I will if I have to. And then, well, what I was going to do is if we could maybe get her, wax whatever out of the Revalia, I was going to try and find some way to make her, real again. Magic exists. I could maybe find something. I'm familiar with Arcana. I could maybe search something out. And I was going to do that. For you. But, see, I've been having this thought recently that would you even want me to? See, that's the thing. So, I just want to know where we are right now because I have stuff I want to do. And it's very clear that I might have to do them alone. So, I just want to know. Because I'll help you if you want, but if you don't want my help, all you gotta do is tell me.
Just again, that same processing. I think she maybe even looks over, like, through the, like, side of her eyes with the mask on, just to sort of get a vague impression of wherever Locke is. Maybe the vaguest vibe check, but not like anything that I'd be willing to spend a check to take note of. Maybe the rest of her little rubes. What's the vibe here?
For Locke, he's just staring, watching everything happen. He's a very stoic kind of person, it seems.
Yeah.
How big is this room that we're in?
I'm bad at judging distances, but it's large. There's plenty of room to walk around. There's a fairly large hot tub in the middle. There's beds all along for massages for a variety from different creatures.
Picturing like an old stoned bathhouse kind of vibe.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yes.
Are there any alcoves on the side, little private rooms or anything, or anywhere that someone can go to be
there's
by
small
themselves?
Little 5 foot, 5 foot by 5 foot, it looks like changing room kind of deal.
Okay, I think Gil, about halfway through that conversation, overhearing it between Eugene and Calamity, just walked to the farthest tiny little alcove. Is there anything in those rooms, like plants or like a dresser, anything, any sort of object.
Nope. There's like a little stool that's like not really quite a stool, but like a little ledge that's meant for sitting on, built into the wall itself.
Okay, so there's no objects.
No.
Okay, that's fine. I think Gil, at some point, like, well, that's just where he went. If we come back to like what everyone's doing, I'll explain more. But yeah, he walked away and just kind of in a huff, kind of actually.
So
Can't really see him.
Yeah, he's gone.
Fog, Splendor, May.
May is in one of the pools. She is not riding the unicycle, but the unicycle is in the pool with her.
I'm so glad.
And she has that little slip of paper that she got the last session that holds a memory. And she is sitting on the side of sitting in the pool, like kind of leaning over the side of it, like staring at the piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
Splendor hasn't made it to the actual tub or anything yet, but she's sort of off to the side still. She's standing by one of the tables, and she's undoing each of her braids one by one and making a growing pile of like rings and trinkets, and the button that May gave her is on there. The keys that she got from the chocolate is on there. And most of the rings are just varying colors and types of metal, or even just looks like little charms people have taken. And one single piece that she sets off to the side is a ring carved of wood. But otherwise, she is just doing her thing, probably listening. It's not like she can't overhear what's happening, but she's not turned to look or interject or say anything spunky.
As for Fog, he's been sitting there. I would say that he's gone from standing to actually sitting. And you can see he's... Honestly, I would say for the first time you guys have been in the Revalia, you can almost see that there's an air of emotion and thought process going on with him. He's not just this big scary creature with his skull face that's blank. Like, you can see that he's been listening to everything as of lately, and he's putting something together in his head, but he hasn't vocally said it yet. And looking between Eugene and Calamity, he's also looking at the void.
Okay, I just wanted to see who was paying attention, what was going on. I think, provided Eugene doesn't stop her, she's still lying on her back, right? The wings sort of spasm uncomfortably, and she finally comes out of this processing. And she's gonna reach up to grab him by the face with both hands. Not like harshly or anything, it's surprisingly gentle.
You know, a lot of rubes say this whenever they first come here. This place, it is scary, I won't pretend. There are a lot of things you have to do to get by here, and it's not easy, trust me, I know. But, do you want to know a secret? Do you know what that is?
And she's gonna take off one of her hands to point towards the void.
I would say in your studies, you would vaguely be aware of the void between reality, yes.
Oh yeah! It's a void between planes. Because, you can't quite go to any other planes while you're here. So this is the closest you're ever going to get to home. I'm so sorry.
Splendor glances over.
Oh, did you want me to leave? Oh, to get the thing, yes. Well, if that's what you wish of me, sure. Do you want me to stand up?
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Jim, nothing changed.
No.
Can you hear me now? Okay, they were saying they couldn't hear me. I think my mute accidentally got tripped.
Oof.
Okay.
Wild.
I'm sorry about that, guys. So, Eugene said, well, before you go and leave to find the thing, you want to play one more game? And then you heard.
I'm gonna come back.
Well, yeah, I know, but just before, because you're probably going to be gone for a long time looking for that thing, because it's probably hidden,
Maybe. I don't know.
Well,
Okay, sure.
yeah. So, and tell me if I need to roll sleight of hand for this, Jask. I want to palm the stone into my hand.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Yes! I
Is-
love causing problems.
It's
I
about to
mean-
become your problem, Beep.
Calamity. I think Calamity's pretty focused on your face right now, or on the void.
Yeah, no, I do not. There's no.
Yeah.
She wouldn't even expect
I
this
just-
to be a thing.
I just wanted to ask.
Yep.
So, unless if you want to make a roll for the funsies,
Unless the party wants to attempt to spot this.
Yes. Splendor's watching, so Splendor would like to try and spot this.
Okay.
Okay.
May is not watching.
Gil is in a corner, so
Sleight
Since
of
Foggy
hand.
is kind of distracted with his own thoughts, but he's still paying attention, I'm just going to use my passive perception, if that's okay.
So I'm going to use my other heroic moment for the day and give myself +5 on an ability check.
Yep.
And this is sleight of hand. My sleight of hand is +0. So it's just whatever I roll +5. I'm gonna do it in the. This is important. I'm gonna do it in the dice spot so people can see it.
Yep.
And I'm gonna use one of my inspirations to give myself advantage.
Okay.
you're so determined.
Yes, I have more than one. Look, this is fucking happening, dude. He's having to fight off shit in his brain. Okay, look. 2, 1d20.
Yeah, Galorem, I will say it till I no longer have a
Plus
voice.
5.
This is an absolute dream team to be playing the Revelia with.
That's a 16.
What do I need to roll? A perception?
Yep, a perception.
What is Fog's passive?
I got 11.
Thank you, Jim, by the way.
You're welcome.
And I'm so sorry for causing problems.
No, you're
all
right.
of
No,
the
you're
time.
fine. You're fine.
So this is actually perfect. Beep, when you were messaging me being like, I don't know what to do, Calamity might try to leave the party, I don't know how I'm gonna handle making her not, I was like, don't worry. I hadn't typed it yet, but I was in the middle of typing off and on. Don't worry, Beep. I dropped a hint to Jim.
Yeah.
Eugene's gonna remember something.
No, I don't think she would leave the party, but if she doesn't think they want her to stay around as her job, she wouldn't, right?
Yeah.
That would be a double whammy, though, because they'd lose Fog, too.
Yeah, I had just gently reminded Jim that at one point it was hinted at that if Calamity had her memories back, she might be more amenable to bringing down Heckna. it was only mentioned once, and it was mentioned in passing, and it was mentioned a few sessions ago. So I just felt, it might be necessary to gently remind someone.
And I made a few rolls to see what Eugene was contending with myself. So the dice were good to me and good to you.
Yep. Everything's coming up dandy. Let's continue this scene.
So Eugene has the stone in his left hand, in a fist. With his right hand, he is going to pull out a coin from, just like a gold piece from his timeline or his world, and be like,
"Oh wait, what's that?"
Okay, this is a gold piece from my world. Okay. Now I'm getting pretty good at sleight of hand because me and the paladin sometimes we teach each other, and so I am gonna put this in one of my hands, but I'm not gonna tell you which one I have it in, okay?
Oh, that's fun.
And you try and find it, okay?
Okay.
And Eugene is gonna put his hands behind his back, stick the gold coin in his back pocket, and literally just have the stone in his hand.
May has seen that a magic trick has started, and she is like so enraptured.
And then Eugene is gonna hold out his hands.
Okay. So Calamity is she's still laying down, right? Her wings you can tell that they're not supposed to lay like this.
Actually, could you sit up for this? I mean, I think,
Sure. Okay.
And she'll get her to sit up. And she's gonna start what seems to be a nursery rhyme. I will not do it out unless if you guys want me to, because I do have it written.
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe, catch a tiger by the toe.
Okay. Something like that.
Yeah.
She starts going as she sort of taps on the hands, right? To choose which one. She goes, "Loop-de-doop-de walker, where shall I wander? Through the gates to the fair. Loop-de-doop-de walker, things that I saw were yes, gaggled and boom. Loop-de-doop-de walker, now you're rattling." And she just sort of keeps murmuring as she's like, it's like eating meeny miny mo for her. And I will not do the full one, but shit, I didn't have the direct translations for this. Feel
just so that I can let people know, Beep is an absolute mad lad and has created songs and poems and such in a mix of gobbledygook and Elven. But please continue, Beep.
But it seems to say something about stupid reveler.
And Eugene speaks Elven, so it's broken Elven.
You would pick up little tiny bits.
Yeah. I would say very specifically for extra flavor and spice and me time, because I'm very selfish.
Yeah.
It's whenever she pronounces Elven words, it's like the medieval version of medieval English, you know what I mean? It's like ye old. This is not Elven you hear regularly, but you can understand what's being said. It's like Shakespeare, right?
Yeah, it's like
you get
Sylvan.
what's being said.
It's like Sylvan.
Almost, but it's still definitely Elven.
May understands both gobbledygook and Elvish right now, so I think you're singing the song, and she's saying things like, "That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but why would you want to bite your thumb?" And
Right,
like
yeah.
Your
I'll get
mother
the
was a
translation
hamster?
once this was done. But eventually, after she finished the song, I think it's something like... I think it basically ends. The story of the song is that somebody is wandering through a fair, the Revelia, right? And they become a reveler, and nothing is made better, everything sucks, the end. That's the story!
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yay!
now go to bed.
Go the fuck to sleep.
Once she finishes, it's like, Nash, yeah! And she plops her hand onto one of the hands. I don't think it matters which one.
I feel this tremendous weight upon my shoulders as I say this. And Eugene opens up his hand, and he's just gonna like stick the stone in her face.
No.
Like where she has no choice but to look at it.
Right.
And with that calamity, everything comes flooding back. All of the other revelers you've helped, all of the failed attempts, every last death you've locked away in your memories to forget. All of the secret plans you've made. The fact that the Toymaker can indeed be trusted because he is trying to end Heckna's reign.
I gotta fucking walk around real quick. Hold on. Shit. Gotta fucking go get some water.
You know that Locke is also here to help with that, even if he is a grumpy, shitty man bird.
Mm-hmm.
And
Do you remember her name?
I think we touched on that before. I don't remember where we landed on if it was Heckna that stole her name or...
No, I think it was Heckna, because of the Great Calamity.
Yes. If Heckna stole her name, she remembers she had a name, and she might remember like a syllable or two of it, but she... Because the stone is a powerful memory enhancer, but it won't bring back memories deleted by certain things.
Yeah.
And you remember a lot, all at once. You remember all the different iterations that you and Pinkie met up, and then forgot each other, and then met up, and then forgot each other, and how every time you met up, you both managed to become roommates again.
Yeah.
They always had an opening at the hostile hostel. It was great.
I just heard my roommate in the background. Oh my god, they were roommates.
That's lovely.
Oh man.
This is mid-season finale shit, man. Oh my god.
It's only down here from hills, boys.
That was hilarious. I'm going to use that now. Thank you, Fox.
That actually made my brain stutter a little bit.
Oh no, you've broken the Riley.
By the way, I'm just sitting here eating fruit snacks, just like having the best time, just chilling.
Yeah.
Just eating fruit snacks.
You don't have popcorn, you have fruit snacks.
But yeah, and by the way, everyone, you see Eugene take, or anyone who's paying attention, so Splendor, May, and Fog, even distracted, you will see this. You see Eugene take out the stone and show it to Calamity.
Splendor turns and actually starts to stalk towards them when she sees what's happening. Not that she can stop it or anything, but...
Right. There is rapid blinking, and then she starts murmuring, just very softly. It's not even in gobbledygook or anything. It's just, welcome to the Great Calamity. Ticketed prices are five red tickets per admission, per admission. Welcome to the Great... And she just sort of curls in on herself.
She is going to make her way towards Eugene.
Splendor, before
yes.
you even get there, Fog
Go
will
ahead.
actually put his arm out to stop you, as he's now stood back up.
She, like, hits Fog's arm and, like, almost wins herself on it. Like, she was heading straight for Eugene, and she shoots Fog a glare, but, I mean, you can't
He would
really...
growl at you and do it again.
Yeah.
He would not let you interfere.
Oh, absolutely. No, she's still just going to make it face like she was intent on getting over there.
Real quickly, Gil.
Yes?
The air has gone way more tense, and everything has gotten way quiet. Except for, you can kind of hear Calamity's murmuring.
Okay, I'll poke my head out of my little corner.
Eugene is holding the memory stone out to Calamity, who has curled in on himself.
Oh, fuck, alright. Gil
Eugene-
says, and then walks out.
Eugene, what did you do? What did you do? You know what happened the last time you brought that out. Why would you do this?
I did what I had to.
Is that what's going to happen every time? Are you going to do that to each one of us? Until we're all gone?
Oh.
Eugene's fingers curl back in on the memory stone. And he drops down, puts a hand on Calamity, like just on her.
Yeah, no, he gets a dying man gripping onto something to keep afloat. And now Calamity is crying.
Like she's grabbed him.
Yeah. Which is like to say the imagery feels like somebody who is drowning trying to hold on to somebody to stop themselves from drowning. But it to put it plainly, so that I am not being obtuse, he is now being forcibly hugged whether he likes it or not.
Yeah. If she starts to hug him, he's just gonna hug her back. And he is going to say, God, I gotta make myself emotional. Hold on. You know, they always told me that light could pierce through any darkness, but I didn't think it would hurt this much.
Aww.
And he's just gonna hug Calamity.
Y'all feel some soggy arms come around you.
Just
Yes!
As
Fucking
May's
love!
May's like, oh my god, it's a group hug. We're all friends again.
Calamity will pause for a second, and she seems like it's in this mode of Calamity specifically that she seems almost very used to group hugs, though I imagine she was before. It is second nature that an arm goes around to include May in this hug, as she just continues sobbing.
From where she's standing by Fog, Splendor had reached up a free hand and curled it up into a fist and rested it on his shoulder. She hadn't moved since he stopped her, and she doesn't move now. She just watches. It's not that she's seething, but you can feel a very tight energy coming from her.
Fog glances down at you, to your hand, to you, and he'll put his arm down to no longer stop you.
She notices the arm and kind of glances over her own hand and pulls her arm down and just kind of stands there, almost rocking on her feet a little bit, watching what's happening in the floor ahead of her. And she sees Gil peek out from the side, catches that movement and glances over, looks back up to Fog, and then she turns back, goes back to the table, and starts taking out the rest of her braids.
I will, real quick note, this is the most welcomed and included May ever remembers feeling.
Aww.
As the group hug is going, by the way, you do feel another join the group hug.
Yes!
When you look over, one of the little children of the candy corn has joined in.
ew.
Calamity's horrible bound wings sort of try to instinctively try to add arms and appendages to the hug to include the candy corn kid. It's not working. You can feel her wince in pain, but it does not stop her wings. They have a mind of their own, just about, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't know if she would do anything else for a good bit of time.
Yeah.
Besides,
Eugene will
maybe
just stay
continue
there.
this same murmuring about some sort of great calamity.
I have
And ticket admissions.
I have a question, Lindsay.
Yep.
Is May May came out of the bath, and is she
No.
On a unicycle?
in her bathing? is she
Just stark naked, soaking wet on a unicycle.
I should have known better than to take a drink of water before that.
I will say she doesn't know Locke very well, and so it wasn't full on nudity. It was down to her under things.
Okay.
So.
Okay, because I was going to say, that's going to affect how Eugene is going to react. Eugene is the color of a tomato.
Oh, so he matches his hair now.
And yeah, he's going to say, May, could you go put a shirt on, please?
Man, no, hold on. I have to bully Eugene more. Because it's not like Calamity wears much more clothes
Well, yeah, but
at
like...
any point in time,
but,
and
like,
then you also have May.
But like, she's wet, though. So like...
Just accept my love, Eugene.
I will, but it's difficult when God, just damn it. Okay, okay. All right. Okay.
I am brought to mind, I cannot remember the name of the video, but it's got the lady from Miss Congeniality and another guy, and she's a wedding planner, and he comes out of the shower, and she comes in from jogging, and she doesn't know that he's in the shower, and she strips, and he comes out, and they smack into each other. And he says, "Why are you naked?" She says, "Why are you wet?" And then there's Eugene in the middle.
Yep.
This poor boy.
And Eugene's just gonna kind of, okay, so do I still call you Calamity, or do we need?
I don't know anything else.
Well, I don't feel like we should call. What do you want me to call you?
Do I remember the naming convention of Corabariels?
You do. It was only your name that was taken away.
Right. There is a muddled pause. And she just she lets go because she looks very dejected. I don't remember how I feel about flying. I don't think I have a name. Well, besides, Calamity, the Great Calamity, ticket missions 5 red tickets.
And he's gonna like look at her and he's gonna be like, "Listen to me, okay? You're not a calamity, right? It's not who you are. That was never supposed to be who you are. That's not supposed to be who any of you are. Anything that happened in this stupid place." Listen, you think about it. I'll just come get you if I need you, okay? You can stay here.
More confused, little blinking. And she just starts tugging at the strings.
Yeah,
Almost as if she's finally testing how to try and get them off, and it's just not. It's not happening.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on getting those off next. Eugene runs his tongue over his teeth. So
She looks at that, and then she takes off the mask and she tries to bite it off.
No,
it's not working.
Stop! Hey, no! Look, you need that mask because there are things.
Oh, well, I
As she pulls,
right now.
As Calamity pulls to try and bite these things off, to like get at an angle where she can try to bite them off, you watch, the group all watch, as the rope starts to move and tighten and squeezes the wings.
Ow!
Oh, shit! Okay, no, don't! Look, listen, don't. Just don't do that, okay? I told you I'll get him off. I promise I will. Just.
No, I wasn't lying. I mean, before, when I said he... This is so confusing.
I know, and you don't have to tell me anything right now, but just, I'm gonna help you. You just, it's gonna take some time.
Why does knowing more things make you know less?
Eugene
That's
just
what
like,
I always say.
Eugene just like exhales and he's like, "That's a good question."
Because knowledge is like the void.
Calamity blinks and seems to register Fog standing and just sort of looks.
I think that's maybe the most I've heard you say. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. I don't know what's happening anymore. I just want to do good.
Eugene looks like almost ecstatic, like he could cry again, but from a different emotion.
He's such an emotional boy.
Yeah, he is.
But what is... Ah...
And then she curls up again, but she's not crying. She's having a moral crisis.
I feel like we need to tuck Calamity into like a nice soft bed and just let her sleep.
Do you want to take a warm bath?
I don't... It's... Because of...
And she points at the bound of, the binding of her wings.
Bats aren't fun anymore. But okay.
It's so we really don't have to do anything. We can literally do nothing.
I mean, am I gonna drown? How deep is the water?
And she is now toddled over to the water.
How deep is the water?
It's not very deep.
Can you guys just make sure she doesn't, like, I don't know, drown or something? Just make sure she's cool. I'm gonna go sit over here for a minute and process what I've done.
Go to your room.
And Eugene's just gonna walk over to where Gilbert is. And as he's walking over there, he's just sort of taking his armor off and like leaving it in a line, you know? And he's gonna get over to where Gil is. He's just gonna be like, "Hey, this seat taken?"
Oh, it's yours if you want it.
And he splumps down, like he just loses control of his body and just plops into the seat. Is this what being a paladin is, Gilbert?
You see this expression on Gil's face that's kind of like he wants to say something, like his mouth is open like he's getting ready to say something, but he doesn't know how to say it. And you can tell he's never dealt with this kind of thing before. Not even remotely similar.
Yeah, Eugene looks over.
He's a little shaken.
Yeah, Eugene looks over and he's like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to dump on you, but my uncle isn't here to talk to, and he's the only other paladin I know. Well, I know more than one, but he's the only other one I talk to. So I'm sorry that you're being the pseudo uncle right now. What?
Eugene.
Yeah.
You did good.
Eugene looks like he doesn't know how to take that for a second. I mean, I think I did. She wasn't supposed to be like that.
I think all of us know that.
And I know it probably hurts. But bright light always hurts your eyes when you've been in the dark for a long time, you know?
Yeah.
Can I ask you something?
Huh.
What was your rank?
See him take like a really deep breath, and
He wouldn't say
kinda
was, he'd
think,
say is. He would have said, what is your rank?
okay. He still takes the deep breath
Yeah.
though. That's a little complicated. I'm technically not part of my order anymore. Not officially. Kind of I was the right hand of my king before I got hurt.
Eugene kind of stiffens a little bit. Like, oh shit.
Gil kind of like sees that and is like, he's uncomfortable with the like.
Yeah, with the fame. Like, oh shit, I'm
Yeah,
talking
like,
to the...
and the thing is that, oh man, Gil. Okay, like he's uncomfortable, but you can tell that there's like a tiny little pride in the smile that he has. Like there's a tiny little grin that's tugging at his lips. Like this was once a huge point of pride for him. But yeah, he just kind of, I think, like, I'm assuming they're near where, like, the giant hot tub is, and he's just staring out at the water and whatever mess is happening with the girls right now, just kind of paying attention, but not wanting to look too close, you know?
So he reaches into his pouch and he pulls out the holy symbol. And he just looks at it. And he goes, you want to know something?
So kind of looks towards you, giving you, Eugene his attention.
I took this before I left. He kind of gestures the holy symbol in the air.
You took it?
It's not mine.
Who did it belong to?
I don't know. One of the paladins that died in the fire.
So you stole something?
Yeah.
From the dead, no less.
Because no matter how hard I tried, I could never pass the test. Sit you in a room with a little candle, enough food for a few days. In this dark, drafty room, you gotta keep the candle lit with just your resolve. And mine always went out. No matter how hard I would try. I guess.
Oh, sorry.
I guess I
Gil's
just
just
wanted
gonna
to go ahead.
like. God, sorry, my
Go ahead,
brain.
I'm sorry.
The latency. But Gil just like looks kind of confused. Like he cocked his head at this notion of just sitting, starving yourself in a room. Like he doesn't get why this is supposed to be like, yes, this makes you a paladin, kind of thing. Like he doesn't get it, and he looks almost offended that you had to do something like that.
I think Eugene can pick up on that, and he goes, it's a test of resolve. That if you can sit by yourself with a lone light in crushing oppressive darkness with no one else around, they do it before they take you into actual training. It's sort of a test of character, I guess. And,
Seems pretty stupid if you ask me.
well, to be honest with you, Uncle Cedric wasn't the biggest proprietor for it either.
I mean, what's the point? Alone in a dark room with a single light, and then you get brought into an order full of a bunch of people.
I think it's a metaphor, but that's not the point of it anyway. I just wanted you to know. But I guess I felt like if I had something with me, that maybe I would almost convince myself. And I don't think I am a paladin.
He'll, I think he would. He's just kind of listening, and I think when Eugene says that, he bites his lip and is trying so hard not to say something like offensive, because he knows Eugene wants to be a paladin. And Gil's thought process is a little bit different. Well, paladin or not, I still think you did great. And I think they're going to be happier. And he kind of glances over towards the rest of the group.
You know, that's funny. I don't know if I even wanted to be a paladin. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think I just wanted to be like him. My uncle, I mean. You know when you look up to someone so much that you feel like they're the shining example of what to be? Maybe it's just me.
No, You don't have to explain that to me. My father was everything I wanted to be. And that's why I'm here. It's why I'm who I am.
You know something else funny? He taught me how to fight when he wasn't supposed to. I wasn't supposed to receive training, and I basically received every step of training except for the, and he like gestures to the holy symbol, except for that part. So, yeah, he really, he had faith in me, which I think is why I idolize him so much. It feels weird to say to somebody else, Eugene in this like almost embarrassed, like he's almost he's like, yeah, I idolize my uncle. I think he's really cool. Like he's like embarrassed to tell this to Gil, who's clearly a lot older than he is.
Pointing finger. The little like sticking them together.
Yeah, they're like, ooh, yeah.
Yes.
22 is like, Gil understands this mentality so well, and he's also just not good at words, but he tries. And he's just, I like how awkward both of them are. Mm-hmm. They're just stumbling through emotions.
But
yeah, I think while they're talking and Eugene kind of like gestures to his holy symbol, Gil would also kind of reach up and actually unhook his, and in doing so the cloak actually falls off of his back. Mm-hmm. And he still in his armor and everything, but his cloak kind of falls. And he looks much smaller without the cloak. Not gonna lie, the cloak kind of adds a bit of
The cloak adds 10 pounds.
body to him, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, jeez. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Riley?
Can you hear us?
Oh no.
This is the worst timing.
Hey,
Dun dun dun.
Lindsay,
Ooh.
you were kind of echoing there for a second. I don't like. I could hear myself. I don't know if that was. Oh no.
My mic is pushed to talk, so I don't think it was
Oh, okay.
me unless it was while I was speaking.
It was while you were speaking.
Okay.
Lame. Okay.
Riley, Riley, come back to us. Oh no,
Not the
Riley is on.
internet.
Riley's
Yeah,
on
the internet
mobile.
died.
Riley, come back.
Gilbert has AirPods in.
He can't hear me. He has AirPods in.
Ah!
No.
Okay, I don't know what just happened. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Because my computer just decided to kill itself, apparently. And Discord was like rapid fire taking me in and out of the Discord call. So all I heard was that loud, like ringing sound over and over.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I think my internet, like, just twitched a bit. It does that occasionally because we have the worst internet ever.
Mm-hmm.
He'll just yeet it out of that conversation.
Yeah.
The
Actually,
awkwardness was
Eugene, I
too
have
much.
to go.
He just astral projected into the water, basically. He's like, I'm out.
But he took his holy symbol off.
Yeah, God, I don't even remember what I was doing with this now. He took the symbol off, and that made the cloak fall off.
He looked small.
And, yes, I'm glad that all stayed in.
Yeah.
It was
But,
the important bits right there.
But the symbol itself is kind of rudimentary. It's just like a solid, not solid, it's just like a circle with like a couple of little like triangle points coming off of it. It's very simple. It's not a very extravagant design.
Yeah.
And he kind of just runs his thumb around like the circle and kind of just stares at it. And he says, I'm not even sure how I feel about this. And he kind of holds up the symbol. What do you think about it? In general? Pelor, Paladin orders.
Eugene sort of like thinks on that for a second. Yeah, he like sits there. He looks at the holy symbol in his hand. He sort of like purses his mouth for a minute. And he inhales, kind of exhales slowly. And he says, "My uncle used to always tell me, weak people only look out for themselves. Weak people don't know what it is to have friends, to understand the bonds of fellowship and brotherhood. He used to tell me that in order to be a strong person, you gotta be strong enough to protect the people who can't protect themselves. Because that in turn makes you really strong."
Gil kind of chuckles at that. And then he glances down at
I'm
his hand.
paraphrasing, of course. He was very, he was much more eloquent than I am, but,
Well, I say we keep doing our best and take care of whatever is happening over there.
You say what's happening over there. May is half elf, right?
Yes.
I think after Calamity's just sort of decided she's gonna wait to process her moral conundrum later. Because it is just too much for her little tiny brain right now. Just to not get into it too much, she's probably asking May a lot about half-elf vibes and just what it's like back home for May. Not like specific instances, but she's just very curious about it.
Oh, well, so here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember. I have, like, a family, and they're somewhere, and in general, things are good as a half elf. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't, I mean, leave it to me to be anybody to talk about memory problems, I guess.
Yeah, while they're having this
Just
awkward
two-
conversation.
Two people in the here and now,
Yeah!
While they're having their awkward conversation, Splendor is like gathering up her assorted rings and stuff and putting them on a leather string and tying it around her neck. And she's moved over to the hot tub and she sits down to like take off her boots and toss them to the side while she's watching the tail end of this awkward laugh conversation.
There's just so many awkward conversations happening right now.
So, I guess things are not terrible over here, huh?
they are very neutral in general.
I don't know anything anymore, I think is what I'm coming to the conclusion. I know everything, but I know nothing.
You're not about to charge at Heckna recklessly and...
That was never my style. That was always hers.
Splendor exhales and she nods solemnly, but she actually looks genuinely relieved.
I'd never touched the earth, like the ground, before I came here.
Dirt, man.
Fucking wild.
I'd never seen what a night sky looked like. It was always day. I'd never seen stars or and I don't know if the moon actually looks like Heckna wherever you are from.
Splendor shakes her head.
No, what does the moon look like?
It's round and like she's actually gesturing as she talks because that's just what she'd do. Like she's just like it's round and it's like silver and white and it's got a lot of dark spots on it. I don't know if it's shadows from something or what it is. Or maybe it's water.
And it shifts.
What?
Yeah,
It shifts.
it does. It changes.
Well, this one does too.
It changes shape as the moons go on.
No, not shape. That sounds cool. But I guess all of that to say, I didn't know things could die? Or or anything like until here.
Splendor's brows just kind of furrow together.
Eh, I don't know. I think I'm going somewhere with this, but I don't. There's a lot of information that I don't. I mean, I know, but you don't. I literally.
Exactly.
You, I didn't mean to do it.
No. What I used to do, apparently. I mean, not apparently. I remember. I used to. I remember one time I saw some jawbreakers. They were just being mean to some old rube. I don't really remember who it was, and I just thought it was silly because I don't think this is how you have fun. I don't think. I mean, maybe it is. Some people are having fun here. I don't know.
If you have power, anything that lets you use that power over others is considered fun, but not necessarily to the people who are being used for it.
That's a weird sentiment. I mean, I get it now, maybe. Or I did get. I don't know. But I never approached them head on like that. I got in trouble because I told Heckna he wasn't funny.
That was what started all of this?
For me, yeah. I don't remember the specifics. I'm sure if I thought about it more, I could.
You don't have to.
Oh no, it's. I mean, maybe it's not fine. I don't know. We'll figure out when we get there.
Yeah, I think I'm with Mayworth on a lot of things, really. I'd rather think of now instead of anything that's happened. She kind of holds her hands and rubs them together, laces her fingers together.
Oh, okay.
And,
I guess I sorry.
I just would rather think of things that are ahead, because thinking back on things gets confusing.
Right. Well, maybe after you all rest, I can show you how I used to have fun.
Calamity, I don't have wings.
Oh, well, I mean, that does complicate it a little.
I can jump off of fairly tall things unscathed. That's one of my skills. And she flashes a smile, like she's pretending to be proud, and then it just kind of fades.
Have
Can you jump up? Like onto things?
Oh yes.
Do you want to get close to flying?
Just a very slow blink.
I know it's not the real thing, but I can show you how to float in water.
Oh, out of character, that made my heart the softest it's ever been in my whole life.
I heard it. I heard you just melt, Beep. Oh, I know beep noises. That was the loudest beep noise I've ever heard.
I put May in my pocket and I hold her so gently and softly.
Oh my god.
Oh no. I think she pauses and she decides she'll breach how she used to help Rubes before later. And she just nods.
So, what May is going to do to make sure Calamity does not drown, because she has direct orders from Eugene. I think what May is going to do is show Calamity how to float on her back, but it's going to be. Have you ever seen a swim instructor kind of support the head of like little children? So May is going to like kind of support Calamity's wings and help Calamity float. In addition to floating, the water kind of creates a silence as well.
While they're getting into position, Splendor like shakes off her boots, cracks her funky little lizard feet, and slips into the hot tub. Like she followed suit after May. She took off the leather stuff, but she's got her like she's decent, and she's watching May do this swim instructor thing, and she lowers herself into the water, kind of crocodiles a little bit, and her hair fans out, but she doesn't do anything but watch. She bubbles a little bit because she's awkward.
I think I would probably sink if you weren't holding on to me, May. The wings are a little heavy with water.
I got you. Don't worry.
I mean, I know.
How are you ever going to dry out?
I didn't think that far ahead.
Maybe we think of that later.
Just a slow nod. Maybe give like a half-hearted wave to Fog. Wherever, maybe not even in the right direction of Fog. Every now and then the wings twitch as if they're trying to get more like air span. Of course it's not going anywhere, but the attempt is still made. She's just sort of trying to pay attention to the sensation, I think.
Yeah, Fog is... I don't know how deep this water... Jessica, how deep is this water for Fog?
If I had to take a guess, probably like a little bit past his knees, maybe.
Okay. So
It's a
Fog is
splashing
gonna
pool.
essentially... What was that?
It's a splashing pool.
Pretty much. It's perfect. It's perfect for what I'm about to do. Which is, he's gonna more or less do what... sorry, not Calamity, Splendor did. And which is, he's just gonna slink into the water, and then he's just more or less gonna be laying in the water with his head just floating. So he just looks like a log. He's just a log in the water.
Danger log.
He is a danger log.
Ah,
And I would imagine, like, the water probably comes up halfway up his back, so, like, his whole back, the top of his back is dry, so he's just a portable sitting place in the pool. Or in
He's
the,
trying.
I don't know why, but my headcanon for how Fog swims is not doggy paddle like most people would assume because of his design, but it's more of like, I don't know if you saw, I don't remember which Alien movie it is, but one of the Alien movies has the xenomorphs swimming. And that is how I imagine Fog swims.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
Is it like a raptor or a rat where they kick their back legs and drop the front ones?
No, it's they sleek their whole body and like get it to be like missile shaped where everything's just straightened out, and then they just kind of wiggle.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a type of lizard that's...
Yeah, I was gonna say it's almost reptilian
like
in
that.
nature.
Ah.
so you and Splendor are from the material plane, right? Because that's where all the people who can die of old age are, right?
That's...
Wow, what a way to.
That, I guess so. That sounds like a normal thing. I'm not really a scholar. She looks at Mayworth hopelessly because she knows Mayworth will also not know.
I can. Well, I was. Yeah.
I'm sorry, so that might be a bad way to put that. I just don't like. I can't. Whenever I came into existence, I was just this, right?
I follow.
No, the same size and...
Yeah.
You weren't ever an infant, or?
No. We're so do you remember whenever I told you about how elves were made?
She nods.
Yeah. So, my lady, she liked all of the little different types of elves that were coming out, but the issue is none of them liked the sky. None of them liked to fly because they didn't have wings. And my lady was like, "Well, that's rude." So, she made us, right, to try and make her best sky friends ever to enjoy her sky. Except Corellian was like, no, they're not mortals, because we're very attached to her. We don't die, and we don't age.
That
So we
sounds.
just sort of
That
Huh?
sounds terrible.
what? No, it was fun. I mean, for the first
How do you
huh?
how do you find meaning?
What do you mean?
Splendor looks at May confused as well.
I just mean, I don't know. I feel like if I had forever, what would be the point?
Well, you've never flown before. And I don't mean that in like a rude way or a dismissive way.
I haven't. I can guarantee. At least as far as I remember, I don't. I've never flown.
We have, I don't know, I think it's an implicit thing in all people. Because I think if everybody could fly, they would all of the time. And she looks kind of like lazily over to Locke. And then back. But there's if I could, I would fly forever. And I would genuinely. I did fly forever, actually. Well, not forever, obviously. But I've been around since before you were even a thing. Not even you personally, May. But you as a concept.
X-Files theme plays.
They had to explain to me what half-elves were here.
Okay. To be honest, I didn't even realize we were somewhere that wasn't where I'm from. So I'm freaking out. Freaking out just a little bit.
Do you want to turn floating? I think I can probably stand.
Yeah, it's okay. Just give it a few minutes. I'll forget. And
Okay.
Do you always forget, but do you ever want to? It's just, I know I said I try not to look back and dwell on what happened, but it's still something that happened. It's and she, water bounces on the floor of the hot tub. It's the foundation, to help you go forward. Do you ever feel like you're missing that?
I a lot of times feel like there are big pieces that I can't seem to understand. And I can't fit them all together, and the more I try, the more they seem to slip away, and I get glimpses sometimes. I know I have memories. They feel far away, and they're not. I can't. The more I try to pull them, the further they go. So I have to just accept the fog and the confusion, because otherwise all of it leaves. Okay, yeah, I do think I'd like to float a little bit, I think.
Yeah. Here. How do I?
Okay,
like
yeah.
this?
Splendor, like, is Fog in the same hot tub as them?
Yes.
Yeah.
She's gonna drift over to Fog and, like, log next to him. Just their faces peeking out of the water, although he is significantly taller.
We're all just having, hey, this is the existential crisis hot tub over here.
And then there's Fog.
Just vibing.
Sponsored by Prozac.
But yeah, Fog's existence is an existential crisis. Literally.
Yeah.
Just gives like a very awkward pat on the back of the head.
Okay, that's better. I'm like doing, May is doing like deep breathing and somatic tapping and kind of in general pulling her shit together.
I will say, Calamity probably does interrupt the process every now and then to ask what she's doing. Just like very...
Like scientifically.
I don't even know if it's that. It's like a weird sense of wonder. It's maybe a bit heartbreakingly, not that May would remember, it's that same sort of like uncomfortably permanent sense of innocence that was there whenever Calamity kept asking what's going on during that whole thing with Pinkie. Like her brain just was not built to understand certain things.
Ugh, immortals.
Immortals.
I am soft and squishy.
But she seems genuinely interested in what May is doing. Like, she's curious about it. She doesn't know what the fuck's going on. What the fuck is this shit? Why is she tapping? What's that do?
I lead our hot tub group through the benefits of somatic tapping.
Eugene and Gil come back and we're like doing castanets on each other's shoulders.
I'm pretty sure we're just watching all this happen.
Yeah, and every so often I'm offering.
Baby pool!
I was imagining they're sitting on like the edge of the hot tub while you guys are just in it, floating around, and we're just like, yeah, man, paladin orders.
So I have a question, because I'm about to diffuse the situation. So Gilbert has never said he has a husband, right?
I think he mentioned it once in passing.
I do think it was mentioned.
Yes.
Okay.
There was a point where he was muttering to himself in Celestial. During like the first thing, and then Eugene actually said something about he's never mentioned husband. He's mentioned a partner, so no one actually knows who it is.
Yeah, but he's never directly said, "I am married to a man." Like, you know,
No,
because
I
he's
thought he had
married.
mentioned once.
I think I've mentioned it like not in passing, but like just out of character.
Because if Eugene knew he was married to a guy, he wouldn't say this. But because Eugene doesn't know, I want to do something funny, but he wouldn't disrespect. Like, he wouldn't like say it if he knew. That's why I wanted to ask.
I'm
I
very
think the
Eugene is-
consensus is Eugene does not know.
Yes.
Eugene is not homophobic.
No, he's not. He would not disrespect Gil in any way, shape, or form if he knew. But it isn't really disrespecting. But I just want to be funny because I think this is funny. So Eugene's gonna kind of look at the 3 ladies playing in the hot tub, and he's gonna be
Plus
like,
Fog.
yeah, plus Fog. It's like, Gilbert, you're married, right? You said that?
He immediately starts messing with the ring on his finger.
He's so cute.
Yeah.
So how do you talk to girls?
Okay. So Gil has albinism. He's very, very pale.
Yeah.
But if the color could drain from his face,
Any
he would
more
be
than it has?
even. He would be so yeah. So there's a moment where he's just he's kind of nodding and listening, and he knows that something kind of embarrassing is gonna come out of Eugene's mouth. But then it hits his brain, and he goes kind of just flat, and then just red and confusion, and he kind of looks over, and is he's trying to process how to explain first, is Eugene trying to say that in a romantic way, talking to girls in a romantic way, or
No, he is genuinely asking you, how do you speak to a woman?
just in general, any sort of female type creature?
Yes.
Okay. Gil would probably look over and
Well, I mean, he means it in a general sense, but also if I wanted to talk to a girl, really talk to a girl, not talk to a girl, but I'm a distant character, not talk to a girl, but talk to a girl. You know what I'm saying?
I don't.
He needs to know for when he goes back to do his date with Bab.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's totally the reason.
Are you asking me for relationship advice?
I mean, you're married, so clearly you did something right.
Oh,
Oh, poor sweet Eugene has no idea how we got your relationship. I wouldn't say I did something right, per se.
You guys are married, right? Clearly, I mean, your partner likes you enough to marry you and go through the ceremony. So I mean, I'm just not good at it. I'm not good at talking.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, you're better than me.
Yeah. Gil is genuinely perturbed and confused. He does not know how to respond to this. Well, I don't know if you mean in a romantic sense or not. Do you like somebody? Deflection.
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. Yes.
Oh?
I mean, not anyone. I mean, they're all cool. Okay, they're all really nice, and Calamity doesn't wear much, and that's weird. But it's. I mean, neither does Splendor, but it's Splendor's spooky, Calamity's soft. But it's not because the feelings that I'm feeling now, they're kind of weird. But it wasn't. I mean, the first one. I mean, the first person was See, I met her when I was a kid at the monastery. She was a kid at the monastery, and she doesn't have family either. So like, we sort of shared the whole like, she doesn't know where her parents are thing, and so yeah, I do, but not here, but like where I'm from. There's a person. Her name's Xana. She's also a half elf, and I mean, it would be nice if maybe, we could do something like that, but not like in a bad way, but like in a very understanding type of way,
Wait, do something like what?
Just whatever we wanted to do. I mean, I'm not saying anything, but if stuff happened, I mean, that'd be okay.
Oh my god.
I mean,
Gil is completely red-faced at this point, and he is still, like, fiddling with his ring so much that he's, like, pulling it on and off, like, just repeatedly, like...
Oh, repeatedly on and off, and that type of... Okay.
He is very, flustered.
How obvious is what's going on over here?
I mean,
there's a very, very pale man who is
They
about
could not be more obvious. I am making that call. They could not be more obvious.
Yeah.
Right. I think
Gil is squeaking. His voice is basically cracking at this point, too.
Calamity's gonna, bring the girl puddle over to Fog. That's what I'm calling it now.
Girl puddle.
Yeah.
Splinter,
Are they dying over there?
Splinter's drifting around
Do we need
watching.
to do something?
I think.
I don't know. Hey, are you dying?
Are you okay?
We're fine! We're totally fine!
Are you sure?
Yeah, we're great! We're great! Aren't we great, Gil? And he, like, slaps Gil on the shoulder. Aren't we great? Tell him we're great!
Yeah, perfectly. Yeah, great. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just discussing paladin things. No need for
Oh,
outside.
do you have a fever?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Did you get exposed to the sun?
Yes! When I was young in the
Wait,
scripture.
Wait, why would the sun make you red?
I don't know. I'm just saying that Gil's really red. I don't know what.
Look, we're fine. I told Gil something really funny and he was laughing, okay? It's fine.
Well, what'd you say?
What's the joke? I love a joke.
Gil looks at Eugene like, you did this.
What's a paladin of Pelor's favorite dessert?
I don't know. Do you
A
know?
sundae.
Splinter goes underwater and bubbles for dramatic effect.
I would say
even know
Fog
what
does more or less the same thing. He groans and just lowers his head down into the water, so his head is fully submerged, but there are bubbles popping up.
Calamity knows what a sundae is, right? This seems like something the Revelia would have shown her.
Yeah, they served them in the food court, I think.
Right, yeah, okay. And she would know the day Sunday, right? She'd get to know the joke.
Yes.
I think, God forbid, this is the worst part of it. I think that genuinely amuses Calamity. She is but a simple creature. Yeah, I think it amuses her, and then she gets very... Her attention is everywhere now. It's a whole new world. This is like Ariel up on the earth again for the first time. Except this has happened like 3 times already. There's a lot. So she's gonna go stop floating with May and then just sort of try to mimic the like crocodile in the water that's going on with Splendor and Fog.
There's so much happening right now.
May has never heard of a sundae, and so she does not get the joke. She's like, Eugene, you can't eat Sunday. It's a day.
Oh no!
The joke doesn't make any sense.
No, it's an ice cream. It's an ice cream with stuff on top. It's called
Sunday
a Sunday.
is a day of the week.
May, I'll tell you later.
Intense bubbling.
I'll tell you when you're older.
Like, Gil
When you're
at
not
some
a
point
baby.
would just like tap Eugene on the shoulder and just be like, I don't know if this is how you talk to girls.
That was the best thing to come out of that. The best takeaway.
Eugene is just gonna slug Gil in the shoulder. Dude, come on, man.
How hard do you hit him?
Eugene is strong, but he's not trying to hurt. He's just like, come on, like.
I can't believe Gilbert just fucking killed Eugene.
And Eugene just slumps.
Oh my god.
Sunbrows putting each
Man.
other out to dry.
Oh man, if Gil and Eugene have like a quiet moment again, Gil's gonna say some things.
Yeah, okay, so after Splendor has her bubbling time, she comes back up. The hair is totally plastered over her eyes and shoulders and stuff, and she stands up, like, puts a hand in front of her face and wipes the bangs up. She's looking to see what on earth is happening over there.
Nothing now. Eugene is sitting slumped in the seat, and Gilbert's doing whatever Gilbert do.
May is making fun of Eugene's joke. What's a zebra's favorite dinner? Wednesday. Like, do you see how it sounds, Eugene?
What? I don't think you should probably keep that one out of the act.
That's what I tried to tell him.
Oh man, I have to show you something. You're gonna laugh once you figure it out later. We can do it tomorrow. But you're gonna get it's gonna be funny.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's an inside joke, maybe, but you haven't.
I only have outside jokes, so that'll be good.
Yeah.
And then, because I want to terrorize Eugene, there is a little Calamity just sort of plops herself out of the water.
You haven't been here before, right?
Is she speaking
She
to
is.
Eugene?
She is also, there is... I don't think Calamity was ever too mindful of personal space.
Yeah, Eugene just sort of sits back. He's like, no, I haven't been here before.
Oh, okay. Then I guess it's not an inside joke. I guess that's also just other places, too. But, so, what he's talking about, and she's gonna, go back over to May and very delicately explain a Sunday.
Eugene exhales, like when she's no longer close to Eugene, he's just like,
May is like, oh, okay. Eugene, it was a good joke. It was a good joke.
thank
Don't
you,
worry.
Mayworth.
I mean, has the council fully decided it was a good... Splendor. Fog, was it a good joke?
Fog's head is still submerged. He does not realize that no one has resubmerged their head.
Splendor's like leaning against him, and whenever Calamity talks to him, she does a little finger tap on the top of his skull.
That would make him raise his head because he'd be like, "What? Going on?"
Was it...
May goes over and is next to Fog and is like, do you know what an inside joke is?
Fog twitches his ear, and you can kind of see his eyes, the orbs for his eyes are just darting around, and he goes, "Oh."
Me neither. I turn back to Calamity.
Oh, okay. I mean, I can explain it again, if you would like. I don't think it holds that much relevance.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Splendor, flips the wet hair out of her face. Uh-oh. Oh, what's happening? Who's leaving?
Huh?
Okay.
Oh, no.
My computer made noises. I think my mouse disconnected.
Oh, wait.
I was like, what's going on?
I thought we lost some people because it was beeping at me. Anyway, Splendor flips the wet hair out of her face, and as she just hears the wordplay going back and forth, she just it kind of starts snickering until eventually she's covering her mouth and her shoulders are heaving. You can tell she's trying not to laugh too hard, but if anybody looks her direction, they can tell what she's doing.
May joins in on the laugh. She doesn't know what we're laughing at, but
This is so ridiculous.
God. I also think when Calamity went back over and Eugene kind of exhaled and just sighed, Gil would give a very playful punch to his arm in return, and he's grinning. So just the smuggest grin.
Gil, in your head, you hear, "Do not damage the vessel, bright one." And it's like in a weird, whispery voice in the back of your skull.
Okay, that completely changes Gil's attitude. It didn't sound like Eugene, right?
No. Sounded like about 1,000 voices whispering to you all at once, but in unison.
Hey, Eugene. Hey, you okay?
Hold on.
I'm sure it's fine.
Eugene just explodes.
And Eugene looks over at you and looks confused. He's like, "Yeah, why?"
Well, I gently tapped your arm, and a bunch of disembodied voices told me to not do that. So...
Eugene... He, looks at Gil, and his entire demeanor changes. And he says, "What did it say to you?"
It told me not to damage the vessel? What does that mean?
Eugene starts to... His breathing starts to quicken. I don't know. Eugene just teleports 20 feet away from you. Just, and then 20 feet away.
Splinter jumps.
When this happens,
Eugene's a ghost! And May goes under the water.
And you can hear those voices, because you were right next to him. You can hear those whispers, and there's that smell of the ozone that you hear whenever Eugene gets angry. And there's almost for a brief moment, you can see a flash of greenish energy.
Okay. How far away did Eugene go?
20 feet.
20 feet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is he standing?
He's lying on his butt right now.
Yeah, it does not look like he was prepared for it.
Okay, Gil's gonna stand up, and start tracing some glowing symbols through the air, and mumbling under his breath, and he's gonna cast Detect Magic. As he's walking towards...
Yes! Okay. Yes!
Okay.
Tell them what they see, Jess!
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Gil,
Yeah.
you have never seen so much magic in one place.
Oh.
And it's almost all. I mean, there's magic, around the room and such. But I mean, Eugene. Eugene is a blinding light in a sea of darkness, essentially. If at this amount, Eugene is made of magic.
Yeah, I'm picturing the heat sensor things of a human body, but it's just all lit up.
Yeah, and then if you don't mind, I'm gonna pull Jim to the side real quick.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
Malorna.
Oh.
You got to hear my evil laugh. Yes. Okay. Into the breach we go, boys.
Okay.
Sup.
What school of magic are they going to see?
So what is
I would think necromantic. Right? 'Cause
necromancy?
it's a bunch of
necromancy.
souls.
Yeah, because his yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No.
Does that make sense?
So you can. It's okay if the chat can hear us. It's okay.
Yeah. If the chat can hear us, that's fine.
If the chat can hear us, it's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care if you guys know this, but
Yes.
yeah, but it's necromancy.
Okay. Okay, cool. Would there be anything else? Because I do allow there to be multiple schools. Necromancy is probably going to be the major, and if there's going to be a minor school, would there
So
be a minor
probably
school?
minor little splashes of everything because she
Yeah, that
stole
makes sense.
mana from all different kinds of mages.
Yep.
So yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Wait. Hey.
Hello.
So
So how's it going?
hey. So we're
Real
pretty
quickly-
sure Adrenaline and Malorna could hear y'all.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
No, it's
that's
fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
they were allowed to.
It's fine.
Okay, cool.
But no, they can't. They can't see. Like nobody else should have been able to hear us except for the
Yeah.
chat.
The chat should be able to, but you guys shouldn't have been able to. But
Yeah.
We didn't. We were sitting here panicking because
it's
we
fine.
just got the messages. We can hear you. We can hear you. We can still hear you.
Jill,
Yes.
detect magic also allows you to see what school of magic is there.
Yes, it does.
So, in almost every case, an item, a person, a creature, a thing, a spell, they will show only one school of magic, right? There are some rare cases where you will see two, where if something's very powerful abjuration with like some evocation in there, you'll get abjuration with little splashes of evocations like pinpricking through.
Yeah.
When you are looking at Eugene and you focus in to pull what school of magic you are looking at, you see deep necromantic with pinpricks of every other school of magic.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I think Gil is just gonna like. He's definitely. He didn't move much closer. I think he may have moved like maybe 5 feet closer. But then once everything kind of settled in, he just stopped. And then, once he gets all that info, he'll drop his detect magic and just look at Eugene and I guess try to read whatever expression's on his face.
Terror.
As soon as Eugene popped and teleported, Splendor jumped, and she was already starting to shove herself out of the tub. Or try to.
Okay.
Splash.
Eugene,
Mhm.
you feel a panic that's not like a fear panic.
Mhm.
Like more like a I've been found panic, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
But it feels alien to your mind.
Mhm.
Like you're aware you've been seen, but of course you've been seen.
I mean,
Eugene shakily gets up. And he tries to take a step towards Gilbert. Boom, teleported again, 20 feet in the opposite direction.
No. Is everything
What's going on?
Eugene.
Are we under attack? What's going on? Eugene? Gilbert?
I don't think we're under attack.
Are you
No.
a ghost, Eugene?
No, I'm just gonna stand right here and try not to hurt anyone.
Splendor looks confused at him and looks at his hands and over to the side, like the last place that she saw the stone.
The stone is in his belt pouch, which he has taken off because he's not wearing his armor anymore.
Yeah, if it's not actively in his hand where she can see it, she kind of visibly dismisses that.
No. And Eugene says, "You remember when I told you guys that I can do magic?"
No, but I'm happy for you.
Well,
Is that I thought that the wings were a paladin skill.
no, I'm not a paladin. I never passed the test. That's what they were trying to do when I was at the monastery. They were trying to figure out why my magic's like this. It hasn't done this since that day. I don't... And Eugene's, burn scarred hands start to, tremble. When I passed out, when we were healing Olive, I saw this sea of blue. It was like a mirror, and when I looked, I could see myself standing back in it, but I was smiling, like I knew something. And then when you woke me up, I woke up. And Eugene's eyes, they look to Gilbert, and they're just that bright, searing blue. Gilbert, one of Eugene's eyes is looking off in another direction, scared, and his other eye is looking at you, but his right eye is oh god, shit, I gotta fucking get out of here, that kind of thing. And Eugene doesn't look like he notices.
Oh god, what do I do?
Talk to the man.
I didn't mean to break him, jeez. Okay, you said the one eye is looking at Gil, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does it look, how do I... Does it look, menacing towards him?
No, the one eye, so both of Eugene's eyes are doing the pleading face, I don't know what's happening, don't get close to me. One eye looks like it's doing that emotion, and the other eye looks like a panicked animal that is looking around, searching for ways to get out, oh god, I gotta go,
So,
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yikes. Oh god, I don't...
Yeah,
Does
and
it look
Eugene... What, go ahead.
Sorry, does it look like Gilbert doesn't know what to do?
Yes. Gil is holding his hands up kind of towards Eugene, not in a I'm gonna come towards you, but a kind of it's alright, kind of unsure what to do kind of motion. And he also looks very panicked. The one eye is just wide.
Okay.
Yeah, he has no idea.
So, when you take a step towards Eugene, there's a flash crackle of green-blue energy, and Eugene just hits the floor.
Oh.
Ooh. Oh, that's not good.
Splendour's Splendor's gonna follow Gil because I'm assuming Gil is gonna dash for him.
So's May.
As soon as he sees Eugene start to go down, he is sprinting towards him. What do I do? I broke him.
Unicycle up the wall.
Okay.
Is he breathing?
Yeah. Can I check his vitals? What's?
Yes, please check his vitals, please.
Breathing.
Oh my god.
CPR been invented yet?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna check for his pulse.
So you check his pulse? You check his pulse? Tell him, Jas. Tell him.
You check Eugene's pulse and you detect no pulse.
Is he breathing?
No.
Okay, you said Eugene took like his armor off, right? So he's kind of just like in a tunic.
Yep.
Gil's gonna put his ear to his chest.
You don't hear a heartbeat.
Do I feel any sort of breath? Like
No.
anything?
Not at all.
May
Splendor is hovering
runs
unhelpfully.
May runs over, like, comes down next to Gil, starts checking for vitals as well, finds nothing, slaps Eugene across the face, and it's like, damn it, man, come back to us!
Okay, you slap Eugene across the face? How hard do you slap him?
Not to cause damage.
Not to cause damage, but enough to, cause pain to wake them up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Yeah.
Give me just a moment.
We all die.
Olympia is just sitting in the hot.
TPK.
She like glances to Fog. Like, what the fuck is it with mortals?
That Gil. Oh, sorry.
Your hand is about to come into contact with his face when, again, there's that smell of ozone, there's that crackling of energy. The eyes shoot open briefly for a moment, looking at the hand, and your hand stops as it smacks against a golden shield that then turns like an angry green, and then it like shimmers out of existence as your hand like ricochets off of it, and then the eyes just kind of like go back to emptiness. And closing.
What is happening? What
I don't
is
know.
wrong
I'm
with
not going
him?
to touch him again, though. I don't want to do that. That's not good.
Gilbert, is there anything I could do? Anything I can get? Locke, do you have anything? You can have all the ticket, anything that I've got.
Oh.
At that, like, when you first say, "Hey, Locke, do you have anything?" You can see his shoulders are about to go into a shrug. But once you say that, he goes, "Bring him here."
She is, she's going to wait for Gilbert to do his thing, and if Gilbert doesn't do it first, she's going to try to scoop up Eugene. Like,
Gil is like kneeling right next to him, like full on like doctor nurse mode. Like,
do you take Eugene's shirt off to like look at him?
I don't think.
I just want to know what you're doing so I can tell you things.
Well, he's definitely hovering kind of over him, like next to him, and he has his hands on his chest, trying to feel for literally the smallest sign of life.
So you're feeling his chest?
Yes.
Eugene doesn't have nipples. I'm just gonna let you know that. You would know that now.
I like that. That's very
Just a
important.
fun fact about me.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's no male presenting nipples allowed on the stream. Thank you.
You don't feel anything. It feels like you know what's funny, Gil? You don't even feel muscle.
Okay, I think with that information, Gil's definitely going to like lift his shirt a little just to inspect this weird human. Gil has done like surgeries on people. Like, this is not normal.
So it looks like a perfectly human chest with no nipples. Okay, that's very important. And
Does he have a belly button?
No.
Huh.
Calamity just sort of peeks over the water. She looks like she has no idea what exactly is wrong. She looks a little concerned because everybody's acting like something is wrong.
I don't think any of us know what's happening
So
right now.
you feel Eugene, right?
Yeah.
You're feeling Eugene? You feel like there are writhing snakes underneath his skin. Like you feel him and you feel something moving beneath him. Like,
let me just add that to my notes.
May has never performed surgery, at least not that she remembers, and she's very disgusted.
I want May to have performed surgery and just not remember it. I think that would be really fun.
Well, she did perform surgery. She played Operation.
Oh my god.
Locke is going to peek his head out of his wagon and be like, "Are you coming?"
Yeah, Gilbert, please just follow me. And she's gonna try to pick up Eugene.
Yeah, he'll kind of try to prop him up and help.
Yeah,
well.
okay. So when you guys pick up Eugene, he doesn't weigh like a normal human weighs. He's very light. Almost like it's almost like lifting up a limp doll. Like he doesn't have any weight or mass to him. it just kind of feels like you're picking up a dummy and dragging it.
Yep.
Okay. I did have one other question about this weird, like snake thingy feeling. When inspecting the actual skin, does it look like it or just feel like it?
Like, does it feel like skin and look like skin?
No, so it feels like this is my brain is like struggling right now.
Does it look like it's got snakes moving?
Yes.
Okay, so it actually looks like there's something under the skin.
Writhing under his skin, yes.
And I can feel it.
Yep.
Guys, I think Eugene is a bunch of snakes in a human suit.
Hey,
Fettuccine has a family.
Yeah, Fettuccine sticks his head out of the pocket.
I think it's a little bit something I don't know. I don't think it's exactly that, but also maybe.
Maybe. And I turn to Fettuccine. Can you try talking to them?
I don't think that's gonna help, May.
Okay, I'm just gonna stand over here.
But yeah, I guess between May and Gilbert, they're taking him over to Locke? Question mark?
Yep.
Yeah, Gil would definitely be helping.
You bring him to Locke, who you can see he's got like a pair of spectacles on over his beak now, and he's looking down at Eugene, and he's like, and the spectacles have they're almost like those artificer goggles that you have like a bunch of lenses that you can bring down, right? But they are just glasses with lenses that stick off of it and you can bring down. And he's looking down at Eugene, and he nods and okay, and he puts down a lens and goes, oh.
Oh.
Can you do anything for him? What's wrong?
He lifts the lens, he lowers the lens, he lifts the lens, he lowers the lens.
Splendor squints at him. You can
looks-
tell she's starting to lose her temper a little bit.
He looks to Splendor, and then he looks to Gilbert, and it looks like it doesn't look like he's like, like looking to them for any kind of answers from them. He's looking to them as if to inspect them with the glasses on. And he's like just staring directly at them for a moment, furrows his little weird bird brows, looks back down to Eugene, lifts the lens, lowers it back down again, slowly takes the glasses off. Well, they're alive.
How is he alive?
Hello?
This is I collect items. This is not my purview.
Yes,
I don't need to hear about your hobbies. I need to know what's going on with my friend.
Yes,
I
you
just
collect.
work here.
You collect items. Do you have any items that might help you do anything? And she's let Gil hold Eugene at this point, and she's sort of pacing from foot to foot. Then she stops for a second, and she runs back to her clothes and goes to dig through them to get her healing potion that she bought.
And he shuffles through some of his stuff, and he pulls out a tiny, very little vial that's stoppered, and it's got a wax seal around it. And he takes out another thing, and it looks like a nose plug meant for a beak.
Is he gonna neti pot Eugene?
And he plugs his own nose and then uncaps the vial, and immediately a horrid, very strong stench fills the wagon. And
May throws up.
He brings it directly to Eugene's nose.
This ultimate smelling salt.
Yep, it's like smelling salts on steroids. Would Eugene wake up to that?
I will answer that question with this.
Yes.
Inside Eugene's head, we cut to our boy standing in a sea of blue fire. Standing across from him is a near perfect replica of Eugene. The only difference being a jagged crack that runs down his face diagonally, splitting the face into two halves.
Yes, Shadow Eugene.
It feels good to taste and smell things, you know that? I'm really surprised how much you humans take for granted. You know? Simple things. Touching, tasting, loving. You know, your emotions are right fucked, boy. You know that? And you have the audacity to sit here and tell me that you want me to help you? You won't even let me out. No. Fuck off. Eugene wakes up. Eugene sits up.
Whoa, hey, easy there.
His eyes are normal. They're no longer blue.
Splendor just then, like, comes into the shop, the cart opening, and if it has a door, like, even if it's just a little bit open, she, like, kicks it smack open for emphasis.
no.
And, like, she's got the potion bottles, both of them, like, gripped between her fingers of her hand. Her other arm is in front of her face, like, full in the crook of her elbow, and her eyes are watering. He's like, oh my god! Did he explode? Eugene!
Hi, Splendor. Why am I in the cart?
How are you alive?
Well, that's a really weird question to ask somebody, don't you think? Like, how am I? Because my heart beats. I don't know.
Eugene,
Yeah, what's up?
I think we need to talk about. And he kind of just looks at Eugene's chest because he just mentioned something about his heart beating.
You don't have nipples, Eugene.
Oh yeah, it's a birth defect.
Gil's gonna reach out and put his hand on Eugene's chest.
Real quickly. Splendor.
Yes.
Evens or odds?
Evens?
Okay. Eugene, I'm gonna pull you aside again.
Okay.
Come on.
Stealing my bro from me!
Hello.
Okay. How much do you want to be able to be revealed right now? Because it would make sense for a character like Locke to have a few scrolls of legend lore.
Yeah, no, you can totally do that.
Okay. And Splendor offered anything they own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Locke milk that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I can't stop laughing now.
Hello.
Looking at the gift.
Yes, great.
Splendor.
I have to mute myself. Hold on. Me.
Locke is going to look to you and go, so what do you have to offer me? You
What
said
do
your
you-
tickets, and I want one other thing, and I think I've got something that'll help here.
What is it?
I don't know what I want yet. Show me what you got.
May rifles through her clothes and holds out the 3 human teeth that she took off of them.
Wait. What's happening, guys? I don't.
Go ahead, Gil.
I was gonna say too before, when Eugene said something about his heart beating,
Yeah.
Gil put his hand to his chest to feel for that heartbeat that he apparently has, that he definitely did not feel.
You don't feel one.
Gil is staring directly into Eugene's eyes.
They're normal now. They're normal human eyes. They're not blue anymore.
And May, he looks to the teeth and goes, "What else do you have?"
This is and I like rifle back through, and I hold out my one game show ticket that I have. Kind of like, you know how kids like offer wrappers and like half-sucked lollipops? That's kind of the vibe that's going on here.
Splendor, she like basically grabbed her belt and her potions, so she's got it balled up in one fist. Yeah. She like sets the potions to the side over by Gil and Eugene, and she takes her pouches and she basically dumps them on the floor in front of Locke, and a lot of things go spinning. Like there's just like little rocks, little bits of shiny trinkets or whatever. And of course, she's got her belts of favors, which are all these like really expensive looking handkerchiefs, probably from nobles and the like, and buttons and things like that. She takes her pack of tickets and she like flips them, and then she just tosses them toward Locke. And if he like doesn't seem satisfied with that, she digs around for something else.
Damn it!
He takes the tickets, scoops up the teeth, and then points at one of the favors.
Yeah, she just like takes it, unties it, and tosses it at him, which works very poorly because silk does not fly.
Knocked over my TV and he got spooked by something, John. I'm not sure exactly what.
Lindsay, you are unmuted right now.
Sorry, my dog like ran underneath the table and pulled out like just knocked over so much. Hold on.
Okay. With that, Locke nods, and you see that he goes behind his desk. He pulls out a like it looks like an organizer box, right, with like files and such. Opens up one of the files and he pulls out a scroll. And he comes over. Any of you caster?
She furrows her brow and she looks at Eugene, like towards Eugene, but then she turns to look over her shoulder and it actually shoots Calamity a very helpless look. She actually looks a little bit panicked.
Calamity does not. She's over in the like bathtub with Fog. Whenever I assume Splendor sort of peeks out to look at her, she goes, "Oh, I think. Okay, do you want to come? I'm gonna go over there. Do you need something?"
You do magic, right? Can you read this and maybe help Eugene with whatever is going on?
Oh, sure, I guess. Huh? She does little grabby hands.
Okay. Locke passes the scroll over to you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, normally, you would not be able to use this scroll. However, the scroll is made in such a fashion that any caster can use it.
Right.
And you can tell it casts a spell of 5th tier.
Ooh, okay. That's a big boy.
Very nice. Everything is right in the world again on my end. Just letting everyone know.
Thank you.
Good.
Updating you on the dog wire situation.
Well, so this will help? Because there's something wrong, right?
Locke kind of shrugs and goes, "It'll help you understand."
There's something wrong?
I don't know. I guess we're about to find out.
Okay, I mean, I'm not doing anything else.
Yeah, sure.
May kind of turns to Eugene and is like, squints at him and is like, "Are you or are you not a bunch of snakes in a human suit?"
Eugene opens his mouth.
A snake pops up.
Hello. Hello.
Fettuccine is very interested in your answer. Sitting on my shoulder.
Says, "No, I'm a human being."
Fettuccine
I also just want to point out still, Gil still has his hand on Eugene's chest, like, dude, you're not breathing. Like, he's looking at you with this look like, dude.
He's very clearly breathing. His chest is rising and falling.
Well, I mean, like, the heartbeat, though.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
The heartbeat still doesn't happen, but it seems now that his chest is rising and falling. Calamity, do you cast the spell?
I think she maybe, after a second of just sort of blinking, not really understanding the seriousness of this situation. Like, she was made. She doesn't get the weirdness of whatever they're freaking out about, right?
Yeah.
But she'll do it because they seem to want her to, and if there is anything she is built to do, it is to help. So yeah.
Okay. Calamity, you have cast Legend Lore, and it's at this point I'll allow Jim to take over. The spell brings to your mind a brief summary of the significant lore about the thing you named. The lore might consist of current tales, forgotten stories, or even secret lore that has never been widely known. If the thing you named isn't of legendary importance, you gain no information. I am making the call. This is of legendary importance, considering that you guys could change the whole of the Revelia.
So what you see, Calamity, is suddenly the air splits before you. And what you see is a big man in shining silver and gold armor.
Hi, big man.
This man has spiky black hair and little baby tusks that stick out of his bottom jaw. And you see him talking to a middle-aged looking, magely wizardy looking woman with long blonde hair and bright blue eyes.
Like me.
Yeah. You see a night of passion unfold.
Oh no.
Then
Okay.
you see him talking to the woman. You see the woman getting angry. You see her pull a knife and attack the man. The man bats back the woman, but then when she crumples to the floor, he moves forward to check and see if she's okay. She lashes out at him with a spell. He responds by diffusing it with a blade. Then it cuts again, and you see a laboratory full of bright blue vials, beakers, and animals in cages, humans in cages. You see her strapping them to some sort of table and yanking this blue energy out of them in a very painful experience and putting it in these vials and beakers and giant tubes that line the walls. You see her take the knife, stained with the man's blood, put it into one of these vials. You then see her slice her own wrist and drip some of her blood into one of these vials. She takes it and puts it in an intricate machine that does all kinds of weird magic-y things. And out of that machine, in a tube of blue liquid, comes a very familiar-looking, red-haired, freckle-skinned baby? Question mark?
Has Calamity seen a baby outside of the Revelia's toddlers? This is a genuine question.
Yeah, you have seen babies before, yes.
Okay. Right.
You see,
Okay.
You see the baby grow into a toddler. And you see the woman scheming, thinking of the man. You feel her hatred and sadness twist into this almost evil, manic, depressive state. She begins to inject the child with this blue liquid. Slowly. As the days and months pass, the child gets a little older. All of a sudden, half of the vision splits open in a blinding light, and several men in silver and gold armor rush in. The man, now clad in a helmet, rips it off, looks at her, screams something. There's a flash of blue light. All that's left is the child. As he grows, you see him going about the monastery, talking to paladins, talking to other people, talking to another elven mage. And far off, almost like a ghost image of this scene that you're watching, you see a shape, a human-like shape, grasping and clawing like it's made of, like suddenly it's made of 10,000 different things and then it reforms to be a human. And then it's made of 10,000 different things and then it reforms to be a human. You see legs and arms and snouts and tails and wings, everything. Every conceivable part of something that your brain could imagine, you see it. And it forms into this shifting and rickety human shape. Like it almost can't hold its form. And you see the boy growing. And it ends, the spell ends with this almost blue after image overlaying on Eugene, the one you now understand as Eugene. And you see the blue energy start to eat him. And it slowly consumes his body, turning it into gray ash, and then the spell ends.
I have one important question.
Mm-hmm.
Was Calamity the only one who saw this?
I'm going to say that because Locke is not a caster himself, and he would have had to have other people cast the spell for him. The legend lore probably actually fills the room.
Yeah, because I don't think Calamity can do much
Yes.
useful with this, personally.
So,
besides play a projector for it, if that makes sense.
as the caster, Calamity had had all the more like tactile sensations that were described through that. You guys were just along for the visual ride.
Well, after it clears out, Splendor huffs like she's been holding her breath the whole time, and like takes a look at everybody else and looks straight at Eugene.
So Eugene saw this too?
Yes.
Oh.
God, I didn't even think about
boy.
that.
Oh no.
Hey guys,
ready
I
for
almost
this
think
roller
it's better
coaster.
than a memory stone.
Hey,
Sorry, Jim.
let's crack open a fresh cask of trauma.
Yeah.
Roller coaster.
What were you gonna say, Jask?
I just said sorry, Jim.
No, you're good. So Eugene,
Don't apologize to him. He loves this.
Eugene is just staring at his hands.
You want to hear a story?
Yeah, that sounds like a good. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Eugene isn't
It's-
saying anything.
She pauses and she's gonna sit down, and then she's gonna very awkwardly scoot to get, where she's like in a very, like sit around the fire and tell a story.
Make
And-
crisscross applesauces the fuck out of
Hell
this
yeah.
story.
And I'm gonna try and not make it very long, but effectively, she tells the story of how Lulf became Lulf. Because she started off as, Corellian's wife. They were in love, and then she betrayed him, yada, yada, yada. But the story isn't actually about Corellian, is what she ends up revealing. It's about Corellian's two kids who made their own choice to be their own person, despite her trickery and her manipulation and all of that. And it's... just to, speed through it, it is less a story to tell you all a cool elven story, and more like she's trying to help calm Eugene down, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, give him something similar to grasp to.
Yeah.
show that he's not what has made him.
Yeah, you are always in your own control.
And what's funny, he's like listening to this, and Eugene just like he's chewing on his teeth, like that weird like mouth movement thing, and I wonder if he knows he's my dad.
Well, we can find out once you guys get out of here. Okay?
Towards the end of the story, Splendor straightens back up. She's left her things on the floor. She leaves the wagon.
Oh. I don't know if Splendor liked the story. Maybe it was too wordy.
Guys, Eugene gets off the table. I got a lot to think about.
It's okay. I think everyone does.
So I'm just gonna, thank you, Mr. Locke.
He's inspecting the favor that has been given to him. He looks up from it, gives a little curt nod, and he's now going back to looking it over.
And Eugene just walks out of the cart and just stands there. Where's Split? Go ahead.
I was gonna say Gil kind of follows.
Gil trying to trip him up and catch a heartbeat when Eugene is not paying attention.
I was like, "Where's my fucking heart, man?" He's like, "I literally."
Gil just starts to doubt his CPR and first aid skills.
Well, no. The being inside Eugene is the type of fucker to make Eugene have a heartbeat just to fuck with Gil.
Sometimes he has it. Sometimes he doesn't, and then when he does have it, it's the beat of a song or something dumb.
Eugene's gonna wake up.
Number 5.
Eugene's gonna wake up one day, and Gil is just gonna be like standing right over him, like he's like, "Hey."
So, I do think on this note, we're gonna end.
Yeah.
We are pushing 5 hours. This is one of our longer sessions.
How dare.
It's good stuff, though.
Normally, I'd be down for continuing going until you guys are sick of going.
I need
However,
to take meds.
Beep needs to take meds. And I think this is a good ending point.
So, let me ask y'all a question. Did you guys enjoy Bad Eugene?
I did.
Bad Eugene was very funny, actually.
I did not expect that.
Yeah, doing Eugene voice but being evil, it's like, ah!
Yeah, he sounds exactly like the kind of guy who would litter.
He sounds like, you know what he sounds like? Bunch of snakes in a human suit. That's what he sounds like. May's convinced it's gonna be a thing now.
God,
I'm tired of all these motherfucking snakes and these motherfucking human skins.
But no, Genesis would be so mad if he heard May call him a bunch of snakes in a human suit. That's its name, by the way. Its name is Genesis.
Yep.
Gil is so alarmed.
Yeah. I hope all of you at home enjoyed the Eugene backstory. We got 2 characters' backstories. Look at that.
Some good stuff.
All right, I'm gonna end the session here. You guys, thank you for coming out. Thank all of you for coming out. Of course, I love seeing all of your faces. We will see you guys week after next for another exciting session of Heckna? ? Okay, everybody say bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.